Alrighty, well, good evening. Welcome back to Sidewinder Shed live on the back porch. Friday evening, though. And I know it's unannounced, so I'm not expecting anyone to show up, especially on a Friday at 4:45 in the afternoon. This is kind of a test. I don't think I've done a live on anything in a couple months. Time flies when you're having fun. So this is just kind of a test. I'll probably go ahead and let it upload tomorrow. But anyway, same as usual. I'm just going to sit here and babble a little bit. Daniel Berry Sports highlights. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. At least I can always count on you to show up when I get online. Nothing like having a friendly spam. But anyway, I appreciate it, Daniel Berry Sports highlights. Thank you so much. And hey, look, even if there's somebody behind there and this ain't automatic, I got a link up here. Hop on if you want. I haven't been on in a couple months, so I'm surprised you found me. Hey, there actually is somebody behind there. Awesome. Hey, buddy. I do appreciate every time I show up that you pop in and you say hi. It's going. It's going. I had a heck of a summer. How was your summer? I mean, if you watch my YouTube channel, obviously, I fought with that transmission from my old truck there all summer long, but we finally got it going. And yeah, that's what's been keeping me from doing the live stream. But man, I'm glad to see you on here, my friend. For a while there, I just, forgive me if I sounded like a smartass, but every time you popped on, it was just a quick blurb, hi, how you doing, which I do appreciate. But it's nice to know there's a live person behind there, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I won't be so rude next time. But yes, I will. Who am I kidding? It's just me. But take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, I appreciate you showing up, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Like I said, I haven't been on for a couple months, so this here is just kind of a test. It took me about 20 minutes to reboot the old computer so I could actually do a live chat. Normally, everything I do for YouTube is actually just on the old phone. The computer here I just use for the live chat and a few other things. But yeah. So I plan on going live on my usual time. Saturday mornings about 8 o'clock or so. But yeah, thank you for hopping on. Obviously, you can hear me. Everything's working good. So you're part of my test, man. Hey, that I really do appreciate. Thank you. That is awesome. And now that I found out you're a live person, everything I was going to yak about before you showed up is just gone. But it's a Friday, end of the week, first beer of the week. I don't usually drink during school nights, and so yeah, forgive me. Everything I, honest to God, everything I was going to yak about here just went out the window. But anyway, let's see, where was I saying? Yeah, haven't been on for a few months because of the truck, the transmission, which it's working great now. First real test was last weekend over Labor Day weekend. And that was, I drove it around the block twice, empty, with nothing on it. And the first time around the block, a U-joint failed on me. Brand new U-joint failed on me. Could have been my fault, not sure. But anyway, fixed that. Drove it around the block again just to make sure I had at least 3 out of the 4 gears. It's a automatic, but with an overdrive. And then immediately put a 2,000-pound camper in the bed of it and headed down the highway at 65, 70 miles an hour for about an hour and 20 minutes. And it held up. It did good. Went down, went back, been driving it the rest of the week here to work. And have been trying to record the new exhaust system I put on it because it sounds so nice. Unfortunately, the microphone on the phone, it won't pick up the low tones. It just it picks up all the high tones, the ticking and anything else, type of noise, tire noise, everything else, but it does not do that low tone rumble that this exhaust system gives to the truck. It just does not do it justice. Even when I was standing next to the exhaust with the phone, it muffled it. Um, Not that they're extremely loud; they're actually quieter than the Flowmaster 40 I had on it. But but man, it's such a lower tone, such a deeper tone. I mean, this is what a Mopar V8 or any V8 is supposed to sound like. It has that nice rumble at idle, and it's not obnoxious when you're driving normal. When you put your foot into it, because they're like cherry bombs, but they're like cherry bombs on steroids, and so it's a straight through pipe. I mean muffler. When you look through it, you can see right through it. There's no S curves, there's no baffles in it. So when you open it up wide open throttle, like in passing gear, and especially if you got a load on it, well, that thing will bark. That thing will bark good. It sounds so nice, and unfortunately, the phone will not pick it up. With that being said, though, I can still drive through the neighborhood at 2 o'clock in the morning without being obnoxious. But anyway, that's one of the things. Other than that, now that I'm done messing around with the truck, before the weather gets too nasty again, because it's been beautiful here this week. Over the weekend, oh my God, it was miserable. It was 90s and like 90% humidity. It was raining in the afternoon, rain at night, and just the humidity would not clear. Thank God I had air conditioning for the camper. But before the weather gets nasty again, like it did all spring, all rain and everything. I got a couple of projects. Camper is one of them. I would like to finish the fence out here, and I'm sure the wife has got a list, about yay long that she would like me to do. Fortunately, she has to work this weekend. Ooh, shit! I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Damn it. Mm. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, I got a bunch of little projects to do now. Um, and like I said, with my channel here, other than just yakking to myself on the live stream or the occasions when I have guests, um, my channel is just about the daily stuff. I don't have any one set topic that I deal with. Like I don't just deal with automotive. I don't just deal especially with just my Dodge. It just seems that those are things that need the most work at the time, But we do a little bit of woodworking. We do camping, cast iron. We do some cooking. I tell stories on occasion. So this channel's got a little bit of everything on it. And like I said, this evening, this is just a test because I haven't been on and I haven't had the computer set up to do a live stream or anything for a couple months. That poor old transmission, I hate to keep going back to it, but that took up my whole friggin' summer trying to get that thing straight. Um, and and I still have about 5 hours worth of on that rebuild that I really have to go through and edit and post. Yeah, it was actually here. I'm in Virginia, and in Virginia it was actually pretty nice day. It's not bad. Now, being in Virginia, I consider the 80s to mid 80s, comfortable when there's low humidity. And this morning it was hazy, hot, humid, and foggy right up to about 10 o'clock, 10:30, and then it just chilled out, and it just the humidity dropped. It's nice. This is temperature, I can deal with. Hey, Eric, how you doing, buddy? Sean, oh my God, my friend Sean, how are you doing, buddy? This is believe it or not, he's a recruiter, but he's still my friend. Well, used to be a recruiter, Sergeant Lore. He's got his own web channel as well. He's got his own web um, YouTube channel. YouTube channel. Oh my God. Hey, it's good to see both of you. Good to see you, Eric. Good to see you, Sean. And Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Found out there's a real person behind that, because every time I come on, he's always pops in and says hi and everything. And I wasn't sure, but yeah, there's a real person behind there, and that's awesome. Made my day, and it's really making my day to see you, Eric, and to see you, Sean. And yeah, if you guys go to the top of the chat, you'll find the link to click on here, just like always. Matter of fact, I'll see if I can't put it up again so you don't have to scroll. We'll see if I. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. This thing can be, yeah, a pain in the butt. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Scroll up to the top of the chat if it'll show you. Let me see. I'll try this again. But yeah, and Eric, Sean, Daniel, anybody wants to hop on, I can have, I think, up to 8 guests. But anyway, I don't know. Since you guys joined in late, can you see it on the chat at all? Because I'm trying to post it here, and it just here we go. Finally, here we go. Here we go, guys. Right there. If you want, just click on that link. Any of you, just click on the link, and you can hop on if you want. You don't even have to do video. My sister Carol gets on here all the time, just like she show radio like we used to do years ago. You don't have to show a video. Yeah, Eric, that's for you, because I know for whatever reason you told me you like to run around naked there from your fridge to your computer to get your beer and everything. Or no, wait, that was me. I told you I like to do that. Never mind, I got confused. Okay, all right, guys, good. Glad you could see it. Appreciate it. All right, so salute, Eric. Anyway, all right, so Sean, your wife is sleeping. Okay, yeah, I understand that. And Eric, you're naked. Okay, I got that too. So yeah, no problem. No problem. Daniel, I imagine you're also busy taking care of other stuff. So no biggie. No biggie. But like I said, the invitation is there. It's always there. Anytime. Well, anytime I'm live. And actually, maybe if I've had too many beers and I fall asleep, you guys can just hop on and take the channel over till I wake up too. I'd have no problem with that. I'd have no problem with that at all, as long as everyone was entertained. Twisted Mopar Garage. Hey, how you doing, man? Like I was saying earlier, the truck's running good. The transmission is working. This that whole community, that whole No Name National community, and everyone from Bear Rose Garage and everything. All you guys I've met, you guys have been incredible. Thank you all for all your help. I really do appreciate it. You said I had no clue what I was doing. And now I have learned just enough to get myself in real trouble. One of those deals. I've already had a bunch of people. Oh, you work on transmissions. You know how to rebuild transmissions. I got it. Let me stop you right there. No, I don't. I still don't know what I'm doing. All I know is after the fourth try, it finally worked. So, yeah, like I said, I know just enough now. I've learned just enough to really get myself in trouble. Sorry, had to get a refill, guys. Oh, just to be straight, so everyone knows what's going on. These are my brother-in-law's beers. He left them in the fridge. His loss. But that's okay. I owe him. Yeah, Sean. Yeah. Oh, geez. And you know what? I had just learned this before. There we go. There we go. Y'all helped me out. Y'all made me look like a pro. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. Phillip the Third. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Question, and I'm sorry because that transmission took up my whole summer, man. Are you still in the process of moving? Did you get moved? How's your situation going, man? I'm sorry I couldn't keep up with that. And of course, Phillip, if you want, the link is up there. Hop on. You're more than welcome. I just figured since I haven't done a live stream in a couple months. Oh yeah, I stole John's beers, Sean. Yes, I did. Um, but Phillip, since I haven't been on in a couple months, I just decided to see if this old computer was still working, and yeah, no, it wasn't. I had to figure out how to get it working again because I was actually planning on doing my live stream tomorrow morning like normal too. I don't know if that'll happen, but I'm just winging it like always. Oh yes, always 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, Eric. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the time change. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm gonna assume then, Phillip, that the first offer or whatever you've had trouble getting rid of the place or selling it or having it. Yeah, I know what that's like. Yep. But anyway, God, yeah, I'm glad to see you all on here. Ooh, pardon me. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. I wish I had actually had. y- Let me finish this beer, start another one, and then you know me. I'll talk about anything, and I won't shut up, and it won't even matter if anybody's listening or not. But I'll be talking. I have no problem with that. One of the uh, one of the side effects of being a truck driver, um, and especially now that nobody has CBs anymore, so it's really nobody for me to talk to. Yeah, of course I have my phone and everything, and that kind of works a little bit, but I've never been a big phone call person. Sean, you can testify to this because I've had your number for what, 18 years or so, and I think I've called you 5 times. Well, Here we go, Philip. What I have to say to that is cheers, my friend, cheers. Or as Eric would say, salute. There we go. Twisted Mopar Garage says cheers as well. Raise a beer to you. Yep. Salute. Yes, sir. But yeah, geez, this is wild. I didn't think anybody'd even notice I was on. It makes me feel good. It inflates my ego, my head, and I won't be able to get through the door, so that's okay. We'll be doing fine. But yeah, seriously, I appreciate everyone's help with that. Okay. You explained that to me before, Eric. I'm not going to try to pronounce it because I screwed it up last time. Yeah, I didn't put out any notification or anything. And as far as the regular notification, like when I upload a video or something, that's the algorithm, that's YouTube. Doesn't matter if you hit the bell and say, notify for all. It doesn't always do it. And this thing here, I wasn't even sure if it was going to work. So so yeah, I didn't put up any notification. It just after 20 minutes of cussing at it, hitting it once with actually this ratchet, which I broke the end off of it. It finally started working, and I just said, "All right, let's go for it." Boom, let's go live. So yeah, that's one of the things with some of the videos that I still have to upload, and the reason why I have to edit them is nobody. I don't know. Maybe I'll make an April Fool's one or kind of a joke one where just for a solid 2 hours you can hear me make up cuss words when I get frustrated, and throw things and hold my breath, stomp my feet, and throw a temper tantrum. But personally, on the regular ones, I kind of like to edit those out. Well, Twisted Mopar Garage, man, I do appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate you showing up. I really do. Yeah. Mm. I'm going to wait a little while before I even, honestly, I'm going to keep an eye on the transmission oil, the level. Other than that, right now, I I don't even want to think about changing the filter or doing anything. And I know I'm going to want to get in there probably in about a month just to make sure there's not anything, the make sure there's no sparklies in there. Uh, make sure there's not a bunch of dust. Make sure everything is kind of wearing okay, what you can see. But it's only been a week. It's only been a week that it's been running right, and I, I'm, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. And I figure, um, all right, definitely not this weekend. Next weekend, just for my own curiosity, I know I will probably drop the pan. I got a clean container for the oil that I can save if I need to. And I probably will go in there and give it a once over, a quick visual and see what things look like just so I can sleep easy at night. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um Look, there's a reason why I own old vehicles. Okay, because I'm an old man. And my brain is old. And I understand some of that technology. Like I said, I had no clue about any transmission, but what everyone told me from what it seemed, uh, that old 727 was, or 518 was one of the easier transmissions. All right, Sean, thank you for stopping by, buddy. You take care. And if you're up tomorrow, stop by, check your phone, whatever, check my channel, because I'm going to try and get on again tomorrow morning. But yeah, like yeah, hmm, I have no interest in ever touching the transmission again unless I have to. Some of this stuff I enjoy. And it might have been different too if it wasn't supposed to be my daily driver. That that's that's one of the things that made this a big difference for me. I didn't have $5,000 to have, to pay somebody to do this for me, and especially not on a $1,500 truck. I didn't have $2,800. That was the best price I could find for a rebuilt transmission, and that was without the overdrive. Or actually, it might have included the overdrive too. And believe it or not, out of the junkyard. Now, y'all got to remember this is a 727 518 RH without a lockup torque converter. Okay, those are kind of hard to find in one piece still, even from a junkyard. I can get the REs, and I guess they can be converted, but again, I don't know that much about them. And at the time, I didn't know if the valve body was okay or not. I wasn't sure. I'm still a little iffy on that valve body, but it looked okay. And again, that's part of the videos I have to upload is going through the valve body. But I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. Point is, I have $700 out of my pocket into this transmission. That I can afford, that I can justify for a 32-year-old $1,500 vehicle. I can justify $700 putting into it, and I can afford it. The time, on the other hand, yeah, I probably have about $8,000 worth of man hours in it. But yeah, $500 core deposit. Yeah, I got you. I've learned. See, I've been a Ford man my whole life. It's only been recently, within the last 6 years, that I've gotten into the Mopar, into the Dodge, and that's simply because that's what I have at the moment. Um, the wife's got a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I have the Dodge W250. But what I have noticed too is, honestly, anything that says Dodge or Chrysler on it is about 3 times more expensive than anything else out there on the market. It's but I will tell you this, so I'm very impressed with this truck. It does remind me a whole lot of my old 1969 Ford F-250. That was a tough old truck too. This thing here is a beast. It is definitely a tough truck. And that's the thing. I use a truck as a truck. Okay. A 3/4 ton truck stock from the factory. I have no problem throwing 2,200 pounds in the back of it and towing a trailer and expecting it to do it. Okay. Nowadays, I'm not sure if you can do that or not for very long. But, I remember growing up, my dad had a bunch of old 1960s vintage F-150s before he went up to the 250. And my God, yeah, he seemed to be going down the road, be doing that what they call the Carolina squat now, but that was because it was loaded with stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's just because they were very simple, analog. They didn't have computers. They were building these things, designing them with slide rules and everything. And so they said, well, if 1/8 inch thick steel is strong enough, let's go ahead and go with 1/4 inch. If 7/16 volt is big enough, why don't we go 1/2 inch just to make sure? I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the way I build things when I build, when I build anything out of wood. If I think 1x6 is good enough, yeah, I'll either use 1x8 or 2x6 to build it. If I think 2 braces are strong enough, well, there's probably going to be 4 braces on it. Oh, Phillip. Oh, 71 F250 with the 306. I had an 89 F250, 4x4 with the 306 in it, manual transmission. Those 306 engines, yeah, you're not going to win any races with them, but they'll definitely pull the hat off your head, up a hill. I could probably hook it to my shed if I wanted to move, so I'd want to shed somewhere. Just wrap a tow strap around it, and I could probably take it up a 7% grade with that 306, depending on the gearing, of course. But they were usually geared pretty low. But yeah, I like that 306. That's a tough little engine. That's really tough. With that being said, I just like the sound of the V8s. Nothing like the sound of an American V8, small block or big block. Doesn't really matter too much. Then you're getting into real particulars. But and V8 gas. All right, I'm a truck driver. Also been in the military. I appreciate the diesel. I love the power of the diesel. You would think it fits my style because I like low RPM and high torque. I just don't want one in my pickup truck. I don't care how good the old ones were, how good the new ones might become. I want a gas V8. Excuse me, and it's like that purple engine that's still sitting in my shed. It's supposed to be going in the truck. One big project at a time. No transmission I wasn't counting on, so I took care of that. And but I designed that from the ground up to be. I really wanted to put a stroker kit in it, but unfortunately, after COVID, the parts priced themselves out of my range. Not to mention the weight. The waiting list on it, waiting for the parts. But so I did the best I could with the stock crank, stock stroke, and everything. To make high torque in the lower RPM range, and a lot of that was with the camshaft and the pistons and the compression ratio, and adding that all together, because it sounds like a nice engine, but at about 4,500 RPMs, it's going to fall flat on its face. I mean, you're still going to get the torque, but that horsepower curve is just going to start coming right back down. And which is fine because that truck hardly ever sees above 4,000 RPM anyway. Oh yeah, stump full of force feed. My 89 had the yep, had the granny gear, but it also had an overdrive, so it was a 5-speed. Now my old 69s, of course, they were either 360 or 390s V8s, and those were the old cast iron. They weren't aluminum case. They were the old cast iron transmissions with the short shaft between the transmission and the transfer case. It wasn't a one-piece deal. And all of them, actually, my 89 even had the Danas because at that time my father had an 86 F250 two-wheel drive, but it had the Ford rear end in it. My 4x4 had the Danas all around it. And you know what? This Dodge has Danas on it as well. And the biggest difference between that Ford rear end and that Dana, and they were both heavy duty trucks, so they had the big axles on them, but was the bearings and the way the bearings were designed. Not the actual bearing, but where they were placed. They were one's kind of, it's hard to explain. One's on the inside, one's on the outside. And the size of the bearing as well. The Danas used a bigger bearing than the Ford, and they were supposed to be rated for the same weight. I think it was, God, what was it? I don't even want to guess now. I don't even want to guess. They came in a poundage rating, but I know I'd screw it up and say the wrong one. But, you know, look, for example, they were both supposed to be rated for an 8,000 pound rear end, but they were designed a little bit different, and the Dana rear end was a whole lot better. Justin Hill, hey buddy, hey, welcome to the live stream. As I was saying earlier, I haven't been live in a couple months, all summer basically, and so I was just testing out the old computer here to see if it would work. And at first, it didn't. Quick recap. I know the rest of you already know this. So after arguing with it, cussing it, and busting the back off of my ratchet here by thumping it, it finally decided to work. So we're good. You know, that's one of the things with electronics. You have to use the right tool to thump it with, and then they'll work. You have to be careful. It takes just the right touch. It was either that or the new cuss words I was making up. One of the two. I don't know. Maybe all I had to do was speak harshly to it and slap it. But I spoke harshly to it and thumped it, and it worked. So I'm happy. You know what? Yes, Eric. Honest to God, I probably would. What that would mean is when somebody asks me to help them move something or whatever, it would be $30 a mile instead of $5. So I mean, yeah, you know, um, yeah. Honestly, I would. You also live in a smaller country too, so I wouldn't use as much gasoline. Yeah, yeah. It's an old one though. It's a Calhawk Chrome Vanadium Vanadium. And I know I've had this since high school, and it wasn't really that good to begin with, but it used to work. Yeah, now it really don't, but I don't know. I don't know. It's got a snap ring on it. Maybe I'll take that out and look at the guts and see if I can fix it. Most likely you're right. I'll just put it hang it up right next to my other hammers out there in the shed. Um it's hilly. Okay, I understand that. Have you ever seen a topographical map of Virginia, upstate New York, New Hampshire? Um I'm not even going to go West Virginia or out to where they have the big hills, Colorado out west, the Rockies. Um, so yeah, I'm not exactly a flatlander around here. Okay, all right, all right, Philip, you've seen a bunch. Yeah, yeah, I have too. To be honest with you, it's just that you know how it goes. When I was going to school for automotive and for aircraft and everything, I turned into a snob. So it was Snap on, then it was Matco, then Mac. Those were the three choices. Uh, Craftsman back then, they were still They were good for home use. They were kind of like a moped. You know, they were good to use, but you didn't want anybody to see you with them. Yeah, Mopar nut. Yeah, I know. They my God, they have all sorts. They used to at least have all sorts of rebuild kits. Any decent quality hand tool, ratchet, anything you got, you used to be able to rebuild it yourself. And oh, that's right. Yeah, you know what, Philip? You actually did tell me that before. We were. Oh my God, I can't remember the conversation. Thank God for beer. Um, Let me have a few more, and drunk me might remember it. But yeah, I remember you were telling me about that. We had a discussion about it a little bit about me being from Massachusetts and everything, and following the Appalachian Trail up north there, and then you can still get to it down here in the south. It runs the whole East Coast, and yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Oh, I'll be honest with you, Mopar, not I have got a ton of Craftsman's um, from the 50s. Of course, they belong to my father. I got a ton of tools from him. Again, he was born 1914, so I got a lot of SK tools. I got a lot of some weird ass stuff you don't hear anymore that he's had from before pre World War II. And I have a set of Craftsman I bought brand new in the 80s before I became a snob. And you know what? I have some that I picked up after that. You can, just by the feel, you can tell what decade they came from. And the ones when you use them and you come back and you have the bandages on your hands, those are the new ones. Those are the new ones. And I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Snap-on's gotten terrible, comparatively speaking, because now you can do the same thing. I can pick up some of my holy shit, with no exaggeration. Some of my 42-year-old tools I bought brand new 42 years ago, and compare them Snap-on now to the brand new stuff. And again, just like the old Craftsman, just by the way they feel, you can tell the difference. Oh, Mofar nut, yeah. That's an interesting thing, but um, I don't want to embarrass myself right now with the shape and the condition that my shed is in. Not to mention my tools. Not that there's anything wrong with them. They're well loved. They're well loved, and they're well used. I'm not worried about what they look like. It's just the fact that, whew, in an 800 square foot area, on average, I probably have about two tools every square foot. And that's just inside the shed. In other words, they're spread out all over the place. I also have 7 or 8 different boxes that I've put together, emergency kits, that half of them, I think, are in the camper, the truck, the Jeep, um, the saddlebags of my motorcycle, the junk drawer in the kitchen, above the washer and dryer in the laundry room. But I really do need to collect them all and get them together. And that is a good idea, Mopar Nut. That is a good idea. I think, yeah, I think, honest to God, not anytime in the real near future, but I think that is a damn good idea. I like that. I think I will do that. I'll collect up all my old tools and show them, and not only that, but show the different decades of the Craftsman, of the Snap-on, the Matco, and the Mac. Um, I bought them all pretty much during the same decade, but and I'll be honest with you too. At the time, I really liked the Matco combination wrenches a little bit better than the Snap-ons. Uh, just because instead of being a round half moon, they were sharp angled, so they not only grabbed the flats, but they also grabbed the edge of the bolt or nut or whatever. And Phillip, current set is all Craftsman, and at 20 years old, never had a problem. Oh, this is something I was fortunate with, and I started this back in the 80s. All of my tools, every single one of them, has the last 4 digits of my social security number on them. And at one time, now I'm not a professional mechanic anymore, but at one time they were all registered and they were all insured. So, and that was one of the things, you had to get the insurance. Um, you had to have them marked, and so they were all engraved. Oh my God! Now here is a voice from the past that I used to go on his podcast years ago. Wush, my God, buddy, how are you? Um, yeah, he was set up. Now this is a man that's in the media. He's also semi-famous too. he might actually be completely famous. Um, but to me, and with the crowd that I hang out with, I know he's very well known. Um, but anyway, Whoosh, my God, it's good to hear from you. Um, buddy, if you here, I'm gonna put this on if you're interested, because I know I owe you. Um, if you would like to, right here, I'm gonna put up a link that's already up there, but I'm gonna try it again. If you want to hop on, my friend, you are more than welcome to. Right here. This is a gentleman that, oh my God, for years I used to get on his podcast and had a great time. Had a great time. I'm so glad to see you, sir. God, that's got to be, God, I'm old. That's got to be about 15 years ago. Wow. Wow, I'm running into a lot of people. Guys, thank you so much. Again, this really Twisted Mopar, um, Phillip, everyone. Yes, yes, go ahead. Yeah, yeah, let's give it a shot. We did it before, and I'm sorry, Phillip. And hmm, let me tell you something about Wush. Putting that up there, let's see if you can do a three-way. All right, Wush, he's just talking about three-way communication here. Okay, just want to make that clear. You guys, yeah, go ahead, hit on the link. I'm gonna grab a beer, but I'm gonna be right here. There we go. But yeah, I'd love it if you guys would join in here. That would be great. That would be awesome. And Whoosh, buddy, I'll tell you what, I haven't really changed that much. All right, here we go. There's Phillip. Welcome, Phillip. How you doing? Oh, and here is Whoosh.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Whoosh.
Does it sound good?
Yes, sir. It sounds good, but of course you're a professional too. You have all the equipment.
How
Um,
are you, Sidewinder? It's been quite a long time.
oh my God, yeah, I am doing good. I am doing good, and I
Okay.
guess I take it. Hey, Phillip, yeah,
Hi,
you kind of
Philip.
froze
I
up
haven't
here a
met
little
you.
bit.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
You're lagging out a bit.
Yeah, he's down in Florida, buddy, and his internet's, he.
Yeah.
But it'll clear up. It'll clear up until the cloud comes by. Yeah, yeah, his internet and everything down there isn't, it's a little iffy. But how you doing, Wush?
I'm doing great. It was crazy what you said before. It was like, well, gosh, it's been a long time. And I'm getting up there in age as well. And it does kind of make me sad to think back on that. Really, if you think about it, oh God, I started the WDM website before Pod Trash was 2009.
Oh,
And then Pod Trash started in 2014, and then it kind of lasted to about 2018. So
okay, yeah. All right.
I'm not
So,
the greatest at math, but what does that mean?
well,
2024, 2009, that's 15 years.
15 years, yes, sir.
And funny enough, a lot of the people that I met through that time, they always pop back up. Like they'll disappear for a while, but then they always come back. I don't know if you remember Down East Mike,
Hmm.
Crazy Southerner,
Oh, yes.
Static Illmatic,
Yep.
Jack, or his name was Jizz Master at the time.
Yep. I remember him. I
Not
remember.
very flattering. But as well as your your kin,
Oh
Booney
yeah,
and Chuck Steak.
yep, yeah. And I'm finally back on talking terms with them. And
Oh,
Philip, yes,
really?
you're back on, buddy. We can see you. You're moving now. You're not hanging up.
Yeah.
I ran into Booney, John, not too long ago. One of my friends, Jay Dummy. I'm not sure if you remember him.
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, so yeah, Jay Dummy was doing a live stream similar to you on StreamYard,
Okay, cool.
and well, I guess he kind of said it publicly, so I don't know if I'm giving away anything. But John had said that unfortunately him and his wife had parted ways.
Yep,
Just
yep.
very sad to hear. I don't like to hear that. That was depressing for me. But he seemed happy, and Booney had shown up fully gray beard. He turned into gray beard for real.
Yeah, well, yeah, same here, buddy.
Yeah, it gets in the genes. I didn't recognize him at first, but he was
Oh, I
nice.
got
But
you.
you know what? I think he might have been a little bit tipsy because he came back and he got everyone excited and said, "Oh, I would love to do a podcast again. I want to get right back into it." And everyone was getting excited. And I said, guys, hold on. You know, sometimes when you get a little bit too tipsy, you might make some promises that you're not really going to follow through with.
Oh yeah.
Give it a week or so. If he shows back up again, then maybe it's legitimate. And, you know, of course, he never showed back up after that. So I haven't spoken to him since, but he was very nice. He asked if I was still with Robin. I said yes. And he said congratulations. And then he left. And yeah, I always would love to get. You said you're talking to him again. I would love to have a Wush and Boone reunion.
Oh my God, yes. Yes.
We need it.
Yep. And Philip, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't mean to be ignoring you. I have not talked to Wush in 10
No,
8
Philip. Hi,
Oh
Philip.
yeah.
I have never met you before.
Hi.
How do you two know each other?
right here.
Right here. Yep.
Yeah,
Through
basically.
StreamYard? So he just found you randomly?
Well, no, we hooked up on another man's StreamYard, Bear Rose Garage. See, we're all gearheads.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, and
Working on cars?
oh my God, yeah, hot rods, cars, anything.
I love that too.
Guys are just wonderful. Um,
Yeah.
they just
Yeah. And we're just all brothers from a different mother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
yeah, it's just an awesome community. It's just so helpful and everything. And I can't say enough about them, Wush. I mean, they're just wonderful people.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't so much help with that Mopar transmission because I don't know nothing about those Mopar transmissions.
Mopar.
All I
I
could do
love
is be
Mopar. Don't disrespect
All
the
I could do is
Mopar.
be the cheerleader, you know.
Yeah, well,
Just keep
even that.
rooting you on.
Yeah, I mean that you have no idea, man. How much of a big help that is too. Because I mean, look,
Yeah.
Bush. Let me tell you what. June 13th, the transmission in my 4x4, my old 92 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive truck
Mm-hmm.
went out on me. I didn't even know
Oh,
what the
no.
problem was. All right, till I pulled it out. Okay, found out that the overdrive unit, which is separate from the transmission, but they're connected, the case had cracked, and I
Ugh, fuck.
I had never done a transmission before in my life, automatic. I've done manual transmissions. I rebuilt them. So
Well, you did a great
That's
job.
impressive.
with these guys, with their help, and some of them even right on the live stream said, "Here's my number. I don't care who else gets it, but I'm here to help you." And they gave me their personal phone number. And they talked me through everything. You know, obviously we're spread out, so they couldn't be here in person. And they helped me out so much. As a matter of fact, one gentleman, First Responders Garage, Damien, on a live stream that he was on here with me on StreamYard, he spent 2 hours modifying a piece for me, all right, a clutch pack for me, and sent it to me free of charge.
That's insane. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it
That's great.
unfortunately, yeah, it took me 4 tries to get this transmission right. putting it in, taking it out, and the damn thing weighs about 400 pounds. No
Yeah.
exaggeration. That's with the transfer case on it, though. But the biggest problem was the rebuild kit that I got was infected with what we refer to as Chinesium. It had
Yep.
Chinese made parts, and those are the
That's a
parts.
very common metal nowadays.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not that rare. Even some of these
It's not
cars
that
that
rare.
it's actually funny. A lot of these Japanese and Chinese brands are actually manufactured in the States now. So a lot of people have that mindset of, oh, it's Chinese. What is it like Nissan? You'd
yeah.
think Nissan is Chinese. It's Chinese parts, but it's made here. There's factories here now. So it's kind of gotten a gray area.
Well,
Is it actually Chinese anymore?
Very much international. You know, it's a Chinese-owned company making Japanese parts
Yep.
in America using Latin American workers. So it's very much international.
Yeah, but the biggest problem is it's not so much, I really don't care. I mean, Honda had been doing that for decades. It's a Japanese owned company that was made here in America, and they're putting Americans to work and everything. I have no problem with that. Not to mention they have a very good reputation, Honda. Okay. The problem is, I'm trying to get original or close to OEM specification parts
Yeah.
that were made 32 years ago, and they were supposed to be American parts. Okay. I get brand new parts, and this isn't the first time it's happened. Excuse me. I've gotten brand new parts, not remanufactured parts, and they were bad right out of the box.
Do you use Rock Auto? Have you ever gone there?
Oh, I've gone there before, and it doesn't really matter. It just depends. Rock Auto is an outlet. They don't make the part.
That's true.
They sell the part. And you have to figure out who is the actual manufacturer. Well, I went with the company that said that it was all American made stuff. Okay. When these parts failed, I called. I went through a little bit of a rigmarole. Finally, I got a hold of somebody, and they said the 3 parts that failed aren't American anymore, and they can't get them because they're not made here. They're not made in Japan. They're not made in Taiwan. And you're scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel when you're like, send me something made from Taiwan instead of something made from China. And that was the problem. So what I did, I lucked out 2 of the parts. I was able to use my 32-year-old parts and put them right back in. Okay. The 3rd part, I went down to the end of my street to a guy that owns his own transmission shop, who's a friend of a friend of a friend. Told him what the problem was. He took 20 minutes, went in his out and back, pulled out a little plastic package because all I needed was seals, and said, these are original OEM parts I've had for about 25 years.
Yeah, the original gaskets.
Yeah.
They still work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I have a friend who's he's a mechanic, and he swears by these. He's got a WRX Subaru. He swears by this car.
Oh, yeah.
See, he loves it. But do you buy you buy hot rods to work on, or are you working on one specific car? Because I like to work on my cars. I never call a mechanic ever unless I am forced to for an inspection. That's it. Anytime something goes wrong, I have to fix it myself. I've been lucky. I drive a Dodge Charger.
Okay.
And surprisingly, the thing only has still 35,000 miles on it.
Oh.
And I've had it from it's a 2013, and it still only has 35,000 miles. Imagine. But the worst thing that happened with it was I drove over a pothole because now I'm up here in Canada.
Yep.
And the construction up here is god awful. It's all a racket ran by the French mafia.
Mm-hmm.
And I hit a pothole, and bam, my ball joint went out. And I was like, most people would be like, hey, I'm going to take that to the mechanic. Nope. By myself, I was up there jacking the car up, and it was suspension that has upper ball joint, lower ball joint.
Yep.
So you got two different, it's very, very difficult. And that thing was so seized in there. I thought I was never going to get it out. I spent an entire week cranking on that thing and eventually, bam, popped out. And I felt so good. You get such a sense of accomplishment of fixing your own things.
Oh,
And I saved myself over $1,000. And this has happened to me in the past. I had a Pontiac Grand Am GT. Was when I was younger. And I had no idea about cars. And this is the beautiful thing about the internet. And at this point, the internet wasn't like it is now where you could just go search up a YouTube. You had to go to a message board.
Yep.
And I went to the Pontiac Grand Am message boards, and there would be people there that would help you and write up tutorials. I had a blown gasket because the year that I had was 99, I think. And that specific year model, they had an issue where the motor was placed on just slightly offset of an angle where all the pressure would build up in the upper intake manifold on one gasket. And the original gaskets were made out of this cheap rubber. And so the gasket would burst, and then your whole engine would start leaking.
Okay.
And I was like, I have no clue about cars. What am I going to do? I pulled the car in the garage. My mother, I was still living at home at the time. This is my early 20s. She's like, just take it to the mechanic. Take it to the mechanic. I said, no. I pulled apart the entire engine by myself, and I started color coding all the little bolts and everything and organizing them, numbering them. And I put the whole thing. All it was a $30 gasket. They updated to a new, I think it was metal gasket. I think they replaced the rubber with metal, I believe. I could be remembering wrong, but a better gasket. And it took a week to take the whole car apart just to replace this $30 part. And then I put the whole engine back together. And I remember even putting the spark plugs back in and testing them all with the multimeter. And then that moment when I turned the car on and it worked, I was like, hands up in the air, like, holy shit, I did it. I did it. And they wanted to charge me, I think, $4,000 to fix this $30 part.
Yep.
So it's amazing what you can learn on the internet.
You know,
God, yes.
My wife, shortly after we first met, she bought a PT Cruiser, and she just loved that car. And from day one, when I looked up underneath the hood, I thought to myself, geez, I am not going to like working on this car. I hope it's going to be reliable, because there is just no room underneath the hood to work on this thing.
No, those things are tiny.
But over time, I learned that one of the issues that you have with those cars is cam belts go bad. You got to replace the cam belt before it goes bad, or you got some serious problems. And with that being said, there came a time when I had to redo the cam belt on it. And there's so much of what you guys are talking about right now that was the thing. Now, I'm a pretty good mechanic, but I don't like working on this new stuff. I like working on old Chevys and old Fords.
Yeah, it's all electronics and computers now.
Yeah, exactly. Anything before electronics, I'm fine with. But anything post-electronics, I'm just not a fan of having to work on. But first of all, I just did just like you were talking about, in that I went on YouTube and found a couple of different videos on how to replace cam belt, and it is very involved and it's difficult, but I was able to get it done myself. And then a few years later, my wife got in an accident with that car, but it wasn't that bad, and I was able to tear the car apart and fix it again, and I ended up having to do a top end rebuild on it and everything else. So I had to redo that car twice, you know. But I get what you're saying. And getting back to that suspension, Chrysler is using on these PT Cruisers, they was using a suspension that was just a bad design. And other manufacturers of parts that make suspension parts, like Moog, for example, they're real good at making suspension parts. They recognize that that's a problem, and they made a replacement part that they even call the problem solver, you know. And of course, I went with Moog suspension parts on it and did all of that, you know, and kept the car running. And well, to make a long story short, when that car had seen its better days, and we had it for 20 years, then she wanted another one. The problem was that the cars hadn't even been manufactured in 8 years.
Yep.
You know, so the newest one I could find was a 2009. They quit making them in 2010. This was 2018 when I bought a 2009. And the first thing I did when I got that car home, the newer purchased one, was I went through and put all new suspension, new cam belts. I did everything, you know. And my wife was upset. She's like, "You just bought the car. Why are you doing all this work?" And I told her, because I want to make sure that there's not a problem, you know.
There you go.
So
there you go. Now,
That's funny.
Wush, to answer your question that you'd asked me earlier, no, I don't buy a lot of cars to hot rod. I don't have that much extra cash.
Yeah, I get you.
Everything I am working on, even this truck, which is 32 years old, is my daily driver.
Mhm.
Now, why do I own? I've had to explain this to Booney's mom, you know, my sister, several
Yeah.
times. Why do I have these old vehicles? Because I can work on them myself. Okay. Not only that, but they are tough. You would not believe how much of a beast this old truck is. I would put it up against
It's
any
an old
new
dog.
truck. Yeah, I'd put it up against any new truck any day. One of the things is too, Wush, if you get a chance, you know, since you found me on live stream, I do have a YouTube channel. It shows my truck. It shows the
Yeah, I'm
homemade
subscribed, I think. I'm pretty
All
sure I am.
Well, check out the homemade camper, you know, and the truck.
Is it Sidewinder Shed?
That's it.
Yeah, I'm already subscribed. That's how I got here.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, well,
I've been subscribed.
check
Yeah,
out
sure.
some of the videos, buddy, and they're all in a
I will.
playlist. If you go to the playlist instead of just the video part,
Mhm.
I have everything. I have everything organized by topic.
I see that.
So
I got I got a bunch of stories just from what Phillip, correct?
Yes.
What
Yes.
Phillip just said just blew up a bunch of stories in my head.
Oh my God! Go ahead, share them, sir.
I don't want to take over, but I think
Go ahead.
you'll enjoy some
I will
of them.
sit here and drink. Look, I do the same thing to poor Bear Rose. Bear Rose Garage. He's another live stream that you should check out on Sundays. You'll find the whole crew, the whole community that has helped me out so much.
Yeah,
You'll find them there. And
I'm working on bringing Pod Trash back in a different form.
Man,
So-
let me know.
Pod
Let me
trash.
know if you wouldn't mind me, you know, showing up. But anyway,
Of course not. Don't even say that.
with that being said, how many times did I come on there and take over your damn show? So, you know,
Not that much. We loved when he called in.
well,
You and Down East Mike, you always had interesting stories. Down East Mike was the correctional officer who worked at Sing Sing.
yeah.
He had crazy wild
Oh
stories.
my God, yes.
But this is what it made me think of. It was 3 different things. I'll try to keep it short. When he was Phillip was talking about working on his car, again, it made me think of that same Pontiac Grand Am I got into an accident with, or no, not an accident. So here's a crazy story. I went to a gas station and I pulled up into a gas station, not at the gas pump. I was at the convenient part to go into the store. And this other guy pulls up in an older Grand Am and he goes, "Oh, cool car, man. I have the same car as you." And I go, "Oh, that's cool." He goes, "Could you do me a big favor? My car died at the gas pump." And something in my head said not to help him, but trying to be a good Samaritan. I was like, I'm kind of in a rush. Okay, I will help you. So fast forward, we have the cars parked front to front, and he pulls out. This is the mistake I made. His jumper cables. Okay.
Oh, yep.
He puts the jumper cables on positive and negative on the battery at the same time, then puts it on his at the same time. And I'm not watching as this is happening. I missed it.
Yeah.
I was with a girl I was dating at the time in my early 20s. And he starts his car, then he proceeds to push his foot on the gas and rev the gas. Go, oh, it's working, it's working, it's working. And what do you think happened, Sidewinder?
Fried your electrical system.
Throwing a charge back to your
The
car.
entire cable set on fire because he had a shitty cable that was no good. And then we all started screaming, what do we do? And then I said to the guy, go fucking break the glass. There's a fire extinguisher next to the gas pump. I said, break the fucking glass. He refused to do it. My girlfriend at the time ran to the guy working at the counter to scream, fire, fire, fire. And you know, those guys work at the gas station. He was like with his foot up. He didn't even react. He's like, what's going on? So we literally took, which is the worst thing to do. You know, in front of a gas station, they have the water bottle
I
crates.
knew that's what you were going to say. Yeah.
Yeah. We stole those. We just ripped them open and took them. We threw the water on it, and in fairness, the fire went out, and then I said, you get the cable off. He's like, I'm not grabbing that. It's on fire. It's got electric on it. I said, you're grabbing that with your hands. I don't care. Get it off my car. He finally got it off, and luckily, I called the police to get a police report done because this guy set my car on fire. The entire battery, and then because the cable was hanging over the front bumper, it was just two lines, black lines, melted into the bumper. Fast forward, blah, blah, blah. The guy, in fairness, his mother takes me and him to a bank, and then they pay out an amount of money that we agree on to fix everything.
Right.
Because I had an inspector come and tell them what the cost would be. And then, being me, I didn't just go get it fixed. I went on eBay, and I found a new battery and the exact same bumper. Surprisingly, on eBay, you could buy painted bumpers.
Oh, yeah.
So I found the Grand Am GT front bumper already painted in the same color red, shipped to my house, freight shipped, for about $250. And I mean, the payout was like a couple grand. And I fixed the front bumper and I fixed the battery myself and I kept the extra. That's one story. And then it made me think of another thing. He said PT Cruisers.
Yep, go for it.
I'm sure you guys will know. Do you know who Dee Schneider is?
Oh, yes.
Twisted Sister?
Yes, sir.
So PT Cruisers used to be the car people used to goof on quite a lot. And I used to deliver pizzas as a teenager. And Dee Schneider lived in my around my neighborhood on Long Island. And I delivered pizza to his house, and his son went to the same high school as me. And they had that reality show, Twisted Life or something like that, similar to, you know, those reality shows, the family shows.
Yeah, like the Osbournes. And
yeah, like the Osbournes, exactly. He was friends with Howard Stern, actually, Dee Schneider.
Okay.
I delivered pizzas to his house, and just reminded me of his son, who was in my high school. Everyone hated this kid, and he had a PT Cruiser with a big sticker on the back window that said "Rockstar in Training."
Okay, yeah.
we were just all goofing on him on that because he was definitely never going to be a rock star like his father. There was a third story. I'm trying to remember what it was. Damn. I was trying to think back to what Phillip was saying. It made me think of something else, but we can move on. Maybe I'll remember it. But Sidewinder, you work on these. What kind of car is it exactly? It's a hot rod, but what is it?
Oh, no. I do not have a hot rod.
Oh, you don't? I thought you said you work on hot rods. What kind of car do you got?
No. The community that has helped me out are a lot of them are hot rodders, and they're old fucks.
Yeah, we're all a bunch of gearheaders, you know, and have done projects like that past. In fact, my situation is that I'm actually back down to one car, and it happens to be a 98 Pontiac Grand Prix with the 3800 supercharge. And I've got that thing set up kind of like a sleeper, but it's a 98. It's getting old. It's got some issues, you know, but it's a fun car. But
Chris, you can call me Chris.
Well, Chris, what we were talking about earlier before you came on was is my situation in that. See, my wife has passed away, and I'm no spring chicken, and I've got this
I'm
big,
sorry to
huge
hear
place
that.
here, and I'm trying to downsize. And I had a corral of vehicles out here, and they're always the type that I've constantly got to be working on them. And just like you said earlier, I've never hired a mechanic to do a dang thing for me. In fact,
Yeah,
the last
good.
time I had to take a car to a mechanic was simply for a wheel alignment, and the guy wouldn't do what I asked him to do,
Mm-hmm.
and wanted to charge me twice as much as what a wheel alignment costs. So I drove the vehicle right out of his shop. You know,
Yep.
told him to kiss my ass.
I just remembered. You just reminded me what the third thing was. It was the idea of how things today are just not built the same. A lot of the computer stuff and everything. So recently, the house that we were in, all of the appliances that came with the house were, I guess they're expensive appliances, but they're all old. And recently, the dryer broke, and it's a 30-year-old Maytag, right?
Mhm.
So what do? You call the guy to fix the dryer? No, I took apart this. It was a double stack, so I had the washer dryer in one.
Yep.
I took apart the entire thing. You open this thing, it looks like a puzzle piece. Like there's wires on wires on wires, all these different parts. Whereas now these new like Whirlpool dryers, just open the thing, it's drum with a belt and a motor. That's it.
Yep.
This was very, very complicated. But again, I did the same. I took the whole thing apart and I found, oh, the motor is seized. It's broken. I pull this thing out. And it turns out it is the original motor from 30 years ago was still running to this day. And it's still one of the best washer dryers ever.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
even the newer ones that I've seen don't work as well. And I got a new
Well,
motor
the new one-
from the internet for $200. Replaced the motor.
Yeah.
It looks different than new ones, so I'm wondering, is it as good as that OG motor? But I was very impressed pulling that out of there, and it was like, wow, but this thing's been running 30 years straight.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Speaking of appliances too, same thing in this house. Uh, yeah, washer and dryer too.
Mhm.
For years, I have kept extras out in my shed, and it's a good thing. And they were older. And you know what? Without all the bells and whistles, finally convinced the wife you don't need the damn thing to sing to you and talk to you, and you don't need to sit in the living room and operate it with your fucking phone. Okay.
Yeah, right. The Samsung Connect, whatever
Oh
it
my
is.
God, yeah, because they
I
were
have
only
a
lasting
sister
about
like
a
that.
year. Yeah.
I put tape over it so you don't hear that
Well,
beep.
Well,
Go
here's
ahead.
it. I have a sister that's up in the Chicagoland area. Now she's married and everything, and her husbands are getting to that retirement age too. And in fact, one of the things that I tried to convince them of is they need to come down here and buy my property and retire here. It's a
Yeah.
big piece of property, and but I know my sister, and what's stopping her from doing that is because where I'm at, you're in the deep south, out in the backwoods. You're lucky if you even get a cell signal. Knowing my sister, if she can't have everything at the touch of a button,
Yep.
she doesn't want to. And so that's what's stopping her, because I told her it won't be like it is up there in Chicago. You can't get everything at the touch of a button. And that's why she don't want to come down here.
Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. And Wush, to answer your question,
Mm-hmm.
what I have for vehicles, all right, my daily driver is a 1992 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive pickup truck, Dodge.
Nice.
The wife, she has a 1999 Jeep Grand Cherokee with what is that, Philip? Do you know? 4.8. It's a small V8 in it.
What year is it?
1999.
Geez, it might, if it's a V8, it might be the Chrysler's 318, the old 318.
No, it's not the 318. It's that other one.
Is
I
it
wish
the overhead cam engine?
Yeah,
If it's,
I wish it was the 318 because I got a nice Magnum sitting in my
I
shed.
do know this, that in the late 90s, yeah, they were using a 4.7 liter overhead
That's it.
cam V8.
Yep, that's it. The
Yeah.
4.7. It's a 4.7.
Yeah.
Um,
And not bad motors.
no, it's a nice engine. I just don't. I've already done some work to it, but again, even that 99, that's too new for me. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Well,
then
my 98,
I also have. Let's see, my newest vehicle is the wife's motorcycle, which is a, oh my God, what is that? A 2001 um
Those are
Suzuki.
dangerous. You
Yeah,
get on
well,
that thing?
oh, tell me about it. I'll tell you about this in a minute. I'm still recovering from an accident on my bike. Um
Oh no.
but yeah, she got tired of riding
motorcycle.
after 18 years. She got tired of riding behind me and wanted her own bike. So I got her a 650 single cylinder. It's a nice little bike. Suzuki, they used to call it a Boulevard. They call it something else now.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember
But
that bike.
yeah, it's a nice little bike and it fits her so well. The total weight on the thing, wet, is about 400 pounds. It's a real
Yeah.
light bike. And I'm not a big man. My wife is even smaller than me.
Yeah. They're
And that
low
thing,
slung.
yeah, and that thing will carry both of us on the highway at 80 miles an hour, no problem. It's a nice little bike. Um, my bike is a 2000 Suzuki. Um, oh shit, Volusia, uh, twin cylinder. It's only an
It,
800cc bike, but my nephew Kenny bought it for me. Oh my God, 12 years ago for my fucking birthday. I
That's
couldn't
quite a
believe that.
gift.
Yeah, well, it was used at the time, but it was
Still.
3,000 $3,600.
is it new now?
Hmm.
But and I was saving up the money for it. I saw it, I liked it. He saw it, and it looked like one of my old Harleys. And he's not a bike person, so he couldn't tell the difference anyway. But he saw it, and he come over. It was the day after my birthday, and he come over. He was visiting, and we're having coffee, and he goes, he said, I stopped because the bike shop was right down the end of the street, and my brother-in-law and my wife had told him about it, and he stopped by and he saw it. He said, he goes, that's a nice looking bike. He said, it looks like one of your old Harleys. I said, yeah, it does. I said, but it's still a rice burner, but it's a nice bike. Um, he said, you really want it? I said, I'm doing the best I can, man. I said, I'm hoping I can at least get the down payment for it before they sell it. He said, well, do you really want it? I was like, yeah. He goes, well, happy birthday. He goes, I have $3,600 cash in my pocket. He said, let's go get it. I got it that day. I'll never be
Damn.
able to thank him enough for that. But
You know,
go
I was
ahead, sir.
just going to say that I recall you talking about that before, and that's
Yeah,
why I made that short video that's on my channel about that old CB 750 chopper that I
yes,
had.
sir. Yeah, yes. We were talking about that. Yes,
In
sir.
fact, I think I've still got that up. Sometimes I make short videos for people, and then once I've seen them, I take them down. But I think I left that one up because
Yep,
that was kind of a cool old bike. It was what it was a 1972 Honda CB 750 Super Sport,
yep.
which was actually more of a race bike
Right.
that another fella had started on it, and I finished. Uh, and turned that CB 750 Super Sport into a chopper bike,
Oh,
and it
yeah.
turned out looking pretty cool.
Yeah, because we were talking about that on Bear Rose Garage
Yeah.
as well. And so he was interested in it as well. He wanted to see it. And
Yeah.
yeah, I remember you putting up that video. Um, but again, Wush, now what happened 2 years ago? Yeah, it was 2 years ago. Um, I was riding home on the bike, come down my street, and it's a little bit of a narrow street, and there's a bit of a hill and a curve. And I come around the curve, and there were 3 cars stopped at the stoplight, and that's why I was making the curve. I was turning onto my street, and up comes this SUV flying like crazy. No way in hell is he going to stop without plowing into the back of these cars. So he comes over in my lane and hit me three quarter head on. And I went right down the side of the car. I took the mirror off with my shoulder, and
Oof.
that cracked my collarbone. Didn't break it, but fractured it. And I have uh, I have highway crash bars on the front of on the bike. Those bars that go
Mm-hmm.
around the front. Well, the left one bent around and trapped my leg right against the bike.
Oh boy.
And believe it or not, I did not go down. I kept the bike up. Now, I'm all over the road. I ended up almost in the woods on the wrong side of the road, but I finally got the bike stopped. I couldn't get off the thing because the bar had wrapped right around my leg.
Right. Was it
All right.
cutting off circulation?
Not quite that bad, but it was just it screwed my knee up, which I'm still having problems with. Cartilage, all that soft tissue and everything. Um, it messed that up pretty bad, and broke 3 ribs, and fractured my collarbone and everything. But I kept the damn bike up. All right. And I finally get the bike stopped. I can't get off the damn thing. And there was a lady, coming out. She saw everything. The guy took off. Never did find
Ah.
him. And I was like, son of a bitch. Well, the lady stopped, and there was a couple other people that stopped, and they saw, my leg was trapped. And, because they're asking me if I'm okay. And I'm not really feeling a whole lot at the time. There's no pain, a lot of numbness, but no pain. And I was like, well, can you help me? And 2 young guys, big guys, they just grabbed that and they moved it about 2 inches. That's all they could straighten it out. They moved the crash bar about 2 inches. That was enough so I could, get my leg unpinned. And I'm only a half a mile from the house. So I was like, okay, of course they asked, do you want me to call an ambulance or anything like that? And the only person that I got the name from was a lady that saw the car. Unfortunately, she didn't get the license plate or anything, but I said, if you don't mind, can I get your name, your number? And, because I'm definitely going to make a police report. But I said, I think I'm okay. I rode home. I pulled the bike in the yard, and I was going down, but I went to get off. I couldn't put any weight on my leg at all. And then that's about the time, of course, the adrenaline was wearing off. And that's the time I was like, oh shit, I can't even stand up. I can't get off the bike.
Oh boy.
Um, I can't move. I'm having a hard time breathing now. And, I've had broken ribs before. And I said, yep, I got a couple of broken ribs. I know what that feels like. And we had some friends over. One of them lives with my nephew Kenny, and he stands about 6'4", big guy, kind of skinny, but a big guy. Well, he come out. My wife was hollering for him. He come out. He literally, with 2 hands, just grabbed me, lifted me off the bike, and carried me to the wife's Jeep, and off to the hospital we went. Uh, I have ridden the bike 3 times since then, and
Yeah.
this is the thing.
Those crashes can give you PTSD for sure.
Well, Bush, I've ridden since I was 7 years old, so I've ridden for 51 years or 41 years.
Yeah.
No, 51 years. I'm 58, so
I got
I've
a story similar to yours actually after
yeah,
you're done.
and I've been down. I've been in accidents before. Hell, Wish you've heard the stories. I've been shot and blown up before. Okay,
Yep.
So PTSD doesn't
That's
even,
a little more PTSD. Yeah.
yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't really enter in my mind, thank you to self-medication. But this is the first time, and I'm really having trouble with it. This is the first time that psychologically it has affected. I've ridden a bike 3 times. I could not get comfortable on my bike, and that's why I have a motorcycle, because I always felt free. I felt comfortable. Wasn't worried. So I started thinking, all right, well, maybe it's just the bike. Maybe it's because I was on the bike. I've ridden 2 other bikes. I've only ridden 6 times since then. I could not enjoy myself. I couldn't get comfortable. I couldn't enjoy myself. I'm keeping the bike because I'm stubborn or I'm stupid, one of the two. Haven't figured it out.
You got attachment to it.
Well, it's not just that. It's not so much
Or
attachment.
D, all of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not so much attachment to the actual bike. It's the fact
memory
that for 51 years, that was my release. That was any problem I had, anytime I felt down, anytime I felt, frustrated, whatever. That was my release to get on a motorcycle, be it dirt bike or street bike, didn't matter. And it just all the stress, everything.
You're by yourself on the road, feeling the wind. You're not thinking about anything, about anyone. You're just where you're going and the road ahead of you.
Yeah, and I can't get my mindset back to that now. It just it's not working, and that bothers.
For me, I've had like 9 bikes, and I've wrecked them all. It's amazing I'm still alive, but no, it would not stop me from getting on one. What stops me from getting on one now is more common sense than anything.
I don't have any of that, so that don't even come into play.
This reminds me of a story. It was the very first car I had as a kid. I started driving when I was, I believe, 15. I had my permit, and my parents got me a Hyundai Elantra. Hyundai.
Yes.
And, for all the shit I would take, and also, in fairness, say about this type of car, it saved my life. So I was in the car driving with 3 friends, 1 in the passenger, 2 in the back seat. And funny enough, one of my friends at the time was like, "Hey, let's go get some marijuana, man." And I had to go drive him to his friend's house to go pick it up. And I didn't smoke at the time, really. I wasn't really into it, but I was doing my friend a favor. This is probably one of the first handful of times I've even driven the car. And we go to the house, blah, blah, blah. We get it. We come to an intersection, and the road is set up, where you come to like a turn, and then these cars park at the curb illegally because they don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to find a parking spot, or they don't want to go in and out of their driveway. So they're like, let me just park at the curb. So it's cars on both ends. So when you pull forward, inch forward, you cannot see oncoming traffic either way. So I had to keep inching out and inching out and inching out. And then eventually I get halfway out, and I see this gigantic Yukon coming my way, barreling my way, and I make it to the middle of the road, and for a split second I freeze because I go, do I jam it in reverse and go backwards, or do I just floor it and go forwards?
Right.
And I make the split second decision to just go forward, and as I drive forward, this Yukon starts to barrel into the oncoming lane at me. Imagine me going straight, trying to make the turn, and then she just keeps going the direction I'm going. The front end of this Yukon smashed dead on into my driver door. The whole car literally flew, not exaggerating, into the woods. We took air. My friend flew in the passenger seat, flew forward, smacked his head on the dashboard. My friends in the back seats were wearing seatbelts. They flew straight up, smashed their heads on the ceiling. All the windows broke. The driver, passenger, back side, everything broke. The car was literally crushed into like a U shape. The side airbag went off, and the steering wheel airbag didn't go off. And I remember after the crash, my reaction was so odd. I just went, "God damn it!" And I slammed my hand on the center console. And I look over at my friends, and they're all fucked up.
Yeah.
And I walk out, not a scratch on me.
Yeah.
Not a single scratch. And then the woman driving the Yukon had the nerve. I said to her, "Are you okay?" First words out of my mouth.
Yep.
And she goes, "My headlight is broken. God damn you. What were you thinking? What were you thinking?" I'm like, are you kidding me? My entire car is totaled. Your little headlight is a piece of glass. She was super angry, wouldn't even look at me, blah, blah, blah. But remember, I told you we were going to pick up weed.
Oh, yeah.
My friend, thank God, stuffed the whole bag under my passenger seat, which is kind of a bad idea if we did get a call, because then it would be blamed on me.
Yep.
But the cops searched the car and they never found it somehow, luckily.
Yep.
But my mother, when she saw that car in the impound, she burst into tears because she said, "You should have been dead."
Yep.
If you saw what the car looked like. Somehow that Elantra, the way it was built, like a little toy car, it crushed like a little toy car.
Yep.
It saved my life.
Oh, I got you, man.
I had not a scratch on me. It was amazing. And everybody else busted up. And I don't know. I think maybe there's something to that if you survive stuff like that, it's for a reason.
Yeah.
You're meant to be. There's someone protecting you.
Yeah. I was going to say, it might not only have been the car, my friend. It might have been a little bit of a higher power.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe that. The moments like that, I do believe it. I do believe it in moments like that.
My wife and I, we were in a bad car accident back in 2020. It was December 5th of 2020. And we were heading north down this country road here where I live. And there's a two-way intersection that crosses over this highway. And a guy that he just wasn't paying attention to his own driving. And T-boned us. We're doing about 50 miles an hour in one direction. This guy's doing 50 miles an hour in another direction. And we met at that intersection at the same time. T-boned on my side of the truck. And we're lucky that we walked away from it.
Yeah.
But we were messed up. We were in the hospital for a long time. And here's the crying shame about it, is that when we were in the hospital, first of all, they had to put us in these life flight helicopters and fly us to this hospital about 50 miles away. And here's what I learned about those life flight helicopters. They can only take one person at a time. So they had to send 2 helicopters. And but anyway, they got us to the hospital.
Yeah.
Sorry, they took us to the hospital, and while we were there, and they're doing all the X-rays and the MRIs, that's when they discovered that my wife had lung cancer.
Oh,
and she didn't last until 10 months after that.
Yeah,
but that's how you found out.
In that time, I'm involved in this personal injury lawsuit case. I'm into this, and then later a probate case because of the estate and the wealth and bank accounts and all this other stuff, and it was just a big mess. And part of the probate is that I have a court order because my wife had children, that I'm under a court order with me being assigned the executor of the estate. It is my court order to see to it that all heirs are entitled to their inheritance.
Right.
So that's why I'm selling this property, you see. So that's how this country works, and that's how the state of Florida's laws are. And You know, you can work your ass off your whole life and then have it all just taken away from you.
Oh yeah.
And by
Yeah.
some jerk ass that just wasn't paying attention to his driving.
Yep.
I have a hilarious video. Am I able to present things on your panel, Sidewinder?
I don't know. I don't know how to do it, sir.
Let me see.
If you can do it from your end,
Present,
you're more than
share
welcome.
screen. Yeah, I think I can. I have a
All
really
right,
funny
go
video.
for it.
I want to get you guys' opinion on this. I think you'll laugh. Speaking of idiot drivers. Hold on. You won't believe this. This is insane. And this happens more often than not. Let me see. Open. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's see if it works. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Okay, you should see a thing below where you can add it to, like you add a person. You see where it says my name? Okay, look at this. I had to do it in slow-mo so you can see this. Tell me what you notice here.
Okay.
I'll restart it again.
Yeah, this that rear wheel looks a little bit weird to me. Oh shit! I don't have.
And it looks like he's already been in an accident because of it.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's a woman, and I'm wondering, is she drunk? Because she looks. If you notice here, she looks over at the other person to the left of her. Like, what's going on? Why are you looking at? Why is everyone looking at me? And then, bam! Look at that. So, what do you think happened here? Where do you think she hit something here and then drove over whatever she hit and it destroyed the tire? Because the front tire looks okay. It's a little wacky,
right.
but then the back tire is
back tire is
totally gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she had no idea. I was following her for about a mile.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She was just driving that normal, like nothing was wrong. And I'm like, are you kidding?
Let me interject two things here.
You
I think maybe that might have been two different things. With the reason why I say that is because my wife, I bought her a 2000 Mustang, GT manual, and it had those fucking low profile tires on it. They're 17-inch rims, and the tire is about an inch thick. She drove that thing for 3 days on a flat, and to be honest with you, it was the right rear. I drove it halfway. Well, I drove it up the road here about a mile to get some beer, and honest to God, it was hard to tell that damn thing was flat. With that being
This is a full-on tire, and that's straight rim. Look at that.
Yeah,
You can
that
see
is.
that's
Yeah.
that's the rim is meeting the concrete.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. Wush. I'm trying to look for the best.
This is some strange lady. I don't need to be nice. That's crazy. She could kill somebody.
Yeah.
She might have already.
exactly.
Yeah, she might have, and that's why she's still going. It's also possible that could be two separate incidences.
Could you tell as a car guy? Because I know when you scratch your car, it does kind of look white when the paint is off. But is that someone else's paint, or is that?
Yeah, that's my eyesight is not that good
It's
anymore.
not that great. I
It's
wish you
hard to
could.
tell from this video if that's the case, but you know
Yeah.
what? It's evident that she's hit something, and there probably was a trading of some paint.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Sure.
that's just it. People are so oblivious nowadays. You don't want to get me started on my opinion, especially with a lot of these automated cars, because that's exactly it. The accident that I was in.
Oh, these Teslas.
The fellow that hit us in the accident that I was talking about, that was just it. He's a young fella who thinks that he can just get in his car and the car will take him wherever he wants to go. They don't pay attention to their driving. They're oblivious to the fact that you actually have to control a vehicle now. And that's just a whole generation of people of drivers that are out there right now.
Yeah, well, both you guys know I'm a truck driver, and I've been doing that for since '86. Okay.
Here we go. A little zoomed in there. I don't know if that helps.
Well, here's the thing that
this could be just because the cars aren't made of metal anymore.
No.
So why would this be gray under? It could be the base color of the plastic, but it looks like white
right
paint.
There where you're pointing, right down there where you're pointing.
Here.
Not only looks like scratch, that does look like a paint transfer. That
scares me. Whenever I go in a parking lot too, I make sure I park away from other people. I don't care if I have to walk longer to get to the supermarket. I ain't parking in between cars because most of the damage to my car is from people slamming their doors into the side of my car.
That's one of the things I like about having that big old.
I got to tell you this:
a 32-year-old fucking truck.
Yeah, you don't care. I need a truck. When you move stuff, it's so helpful to throw things in the back of the bed.
Everyone else is more afraid of even hitting my truck with their door because
we'll do more damage to them.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Phillip. You were going to say something.
Can I interject here for just a second?
Yes, sir.
Let me interject here for just a second. To tell you, this is a funny story. First of all, my first 3 cars were all 1960s era Oldsmobiles. These things were land barges.
Yep.
But my first Oldsmobile was a 1965 Dynamic 88, and that car did not have, when I bought it, it did not have a straight panel on the car. Every fender and every door and every bumper was dented when I bought it. And I only had to give $150 for it. And the car ran and drove fine. But here's where my advantage was. People would see that car and they'd notice all the dents all over it and they'd get out of your way. Because when you got a 5,000-pound 4-door car with dents all over it, they're like, let's get out of this guy's way.
Yeah, and we definitely know he doesn't have any insurance. So, yeah.
Exactly. Well, when I started driving, there wasn't a such thing as car insurance.
Yeah, no. I forget, Phillip.
It wasn't even required by law.
I forget that you were around when we transferred from horse and buggy to actual internal combustion engines. Forgive me.
Well, you're close. You're close. You see, what caused the extinction of the dinosaurs?
You drove the Model T?
Wait, he's talking from experience here, Wush.
What caused the extinction of the dinosaurs was the muscle car era. Okay. Yeah. I don't care what anybody said.
Yep. Oh my God.
I get made fun of. I'm not trying to be, or I'm quoting someone, so I'm not being racist. But from my memory, the Dodge Charger was a muscle car, and now suddenly, I don't know, there's been this shift where a lot of these rappers, I guess we'll call them, now love these Hellcats and Dodge Chargers and Dodge Challengers.
Yep.
To where I'm being made fun of that they say that I drive a what's car.
Oh.
And I'm like, I've been in it first. I've been driving them first. I had the Dodge Charger first. Yep. I was into the muscle cars first before all this. They used to love the Escalades and the Lexuses and all that.
Oh my God, yes.
Not now. They're obsessed with these Dodge Demons and Dodge.
I thought you were talking about the 1968 and 69 Dodge Chargers.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah. Well, that too. But no, mine's a 2013. I got the 2013 before they changed the. I don't like the new Charger design, and I definitely do not like the fact that they got rid of the V8s. So now there's no more Hemi. Now it's going to be. They gave us somewhat of a compromise. People were afraid because they had this whole thing called the last call, which was, this is the last chance to get a V8 engine and a non-electric engine.
Yep.
Which was great marketing by Chrysler, honestly. But the reality is, what they ended up doing is they created a new Dodge Charger which is actually a Challenger, but then there's the option for a 4-door to make it like the old Charger.
Well, Jesus Christ.
And
no
they
Charger
got rid of
originally
V8s,
before.
and then they're saying no more V8, but what we will do is have a hybrid V6 with electric, so it'll be as powerful as a V8. But the thing is, people want the sound. Like I remember my the Grand Am GT Phillip was talking about doing work to it. I had the catback exhaust on that. I did so much to turbo or cold air intake. But that thing was obnoxious. And my mother gave that car away, by the way. That's the sad end to that story. I did so much work on that Grand Am GT. I redid the headliner myself, fully black interior. I redid the carpeting. I painted the dash, all the interior parts. New headlights, new tail lights. Like I said, catback exhaust, cold air intake. I did so much work to this car. And it was loud. It sounded mean on the street. You know, like, it was a sleeper for sure, like you were saying before. And I made a big mistake when I was a teenager. I used to hang out with this kid who was always a very, very bad influence. And every time I hung out with this guy, I always got in trouble somehow. And he had the bright idea. We were drinking back at his house, and he said, "Hey, let's go to the bar at 2 a.m, right?"
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, why at this point? We were already drinking. But all I had was one drink, and it was called Jungle Juice, which is now banned, by the way. Because Jungle Juice it's almost like a 24-ounce can, I believe. And I think it's like 9% alcohol. And it's mixed with energy drink, taurine, so whatever. I had one of those, and it's so powerful, it turns you into a psychopath. But anyway, I go, let's go. So we drive, we go to the bar. It's dead. There's nobody there. So we don't even get to go in it. I make a U-turn, and then as I'm driving back, I was a little bit tipsy, but I wasn't drunk. And I made a stupid joke to my friend. We used to do this stupid thing where I said, like, imagine if I just drove off the road right now, how funny that would be. And I was joking with him, and I shook the steering wheel. And I said, how funny it would be if I just went, ah, and we just drove off the road. Little did I know there was a cop watching us. And me deliberately shaking the steering wheel, he thought I actually was like weaving out of the lane.
Yep.
So then we come to a stoplight, and I make the turn. I stop at the light, the red light. I make the turn as normal. He pulls us over, and he gives me long story short, gives me a breathalyzer test. And I blow some astronomical number that makes no sense. It was like 0.2 or something. And he's like, I'm talking to you coherently. How could I be a 0.2? That makes no sense. And he's like, the breathalyzer never lies.
Oh, that's
of course. Yeah, of course, when we get back to the station, and I use the actual, what is it called? The Breatho 2000 machine in the station.
Yeah.
It was
The
0.0.
Binbird 2000.
Yep. It was 0.08 on the dot. And then the guy goes, oh, you're lucky. And I'm like, what? And then the cop who arrested me, they were laughing at him at his poor breathalyzer skills.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you guys are all laughing as you're taking me to jail, ruining my life at the moment. So I lost my license for an entire year. I had to go to court, do community service, blah, blah, blah. So I got the DUI removed from my record, thankfully. But I couldn't drive for a whole year. And then as punishment, my mother gave that car away for free to the son of one of her coworkers. And I remember this day specifically. This little dipshit kid comes to the house, gets in my car that I worked so hard on for years and years and put all this money into, and comes out of the driveway and speeds off, and you hear the off into the distance, and it was gone. It was gone.
Oh, Christ.
My project car gone. That was one of my favorite cars. It killed me.
Yeah.
My mother didn't get it. Like she didn't get. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into that car. I spent money. Like, to her, it's just a stupid car. She's like, I don't like that obnoxious car. It's loud. It's a cop magnet because it was red. Red and loud with tinted windows.
Yeah. That's one of the
They
things.
hated me. But now I'm more low key.
Almost
Like,
up.
I have the Dodge Charger now, and it is fast, but I don't drive it. Like, I drive like no offense, like a grandpa.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. Look, dude,
I'm not speeding or being an asshole, and people try to race me all the time, and the funnest thing to do is make them think I'm going to, so I'll run up to the line, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, bud, and then I just watch them peel off like a lunatic, and I don't do anything. I'm a good boy now.
Yeah, I did, same thing you're talking about right there. Back when I was in the service, I had a Mustang Mach 1 with the Boss 429 in it. And we were in Barstow, California. And this this absolutely gorgeous fucking 68.
I thought you were gonna say a woman.
No, Camaro Z28.
The way you said that.
Oh well, I'm a car guy. Gearhead.
I'm just kidding. I get it. It's beautiful.
Beautiful car. You got to realize I'm from Massachusetts. Anything back 68, it's either loaded with Bondo or it's rusted all to hell. Has cancer all over it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out in California now at this time, and I'm seeing all these beautiful cars. Well, this car comes up, and I will tell you what, that damn thing sounded so nice. Not to say that Boss 429 didn't sound nice, but this thing it definitely had a cam in it. And it's just sitting there, and it comes up to a stoplight, and it's like, pardon me, guys like, hey, let's go light to light. And where I was at in Barstow, the lights are exactly a quarter of a mile apart. And I'm like, all right, yep, let's go. He fucking revving his engine. So am I. He fucking takes off, and I'm just like, brrr. He goes, oh my God, about maybe the 600 feet. And I mean, he's gone. And what do I see? Friggin' cop coming out behind.
Cop car, yep.
Yep. And I'm like, really?
Yep. I've seen that
Saturday
too.
night.
It's great.
On the Barstow Strip, you're fucking stupid to be
You get to drive by and go, ha ha.
Yep, that's exactly what I just drove by, beeped and waved. Went on my way, pulling about 1,200 RPMs because I had cherry bombs on the car, so I'm trying to keep it quiet. And I'm just right by them. But damn.
I get it though, both perspectives, because when I had that Grand Am, I used to love to rev that thing and push it to the limit, and the sound it makes, you feel it's like shooting a gun. Honestly, the same feeling.
That's like with my Grand Prix. First of all, that's a supercharged 3800. And I've got the Borla.
That's a beast.
I've got the Borla catback exhaust on it. So it's got a real nice exhaust tone to it. And
I love it.
It's
Deep
probably
rumble.
a good thing that I've got it up on jack stands right now, because I'd probably be getting in trouble with it around here.
That's what I like.
Listen,
not the
I got to get off
wine.
here, guys. I got to get off here, and I'll just have to catch you all another time, all right?
All right, well, look.
Nice meeting you, Phillip.
I'm going to try and do a live stream again tomorrow morning if you're up. Usually somewhere around 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow. Like I said, this was just a test to get the damn computer up and going.
Right.
It's working good.
Well, if I'm still alive, I'll check in with you, all right?
Yeah, I appreciate it, buddy. All right.
We'll talk to y'all later.
All right, buddy.
Bye.
Later.
All right. Wush, you going to stay on for a little bit, man?
A few minutes. I actually want to ask you something.
Yes, sir. Well, go ahead.
So I'm curious. You said you've been in touch with John still. How's Chuck Steak doing? What about Chuck Steak?
Oh my God, I talk to him all the time. He's all right. This is a live stream, buddy.
I know, I get it. You don't have to share anything too crazy.
Yeah. He's maintaining. He's doing about the same as. See, now I don't know when the last time you talked to him or
Well,
heard
this
it.
is why I asked, because I had an interesting encounter, let's say.
Okay.
So I have like another YouTube channel where I started doing shows on video and everything, and it's going pretty well. I think about like 2,000 subscribers. I think total 300,000 views in total of all the videos that I've done.
Awesome.
Which, yeah, which has been great because back in the day, 100 people showing up to a live show was when Joey Boots died.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was a big deal. And now I've been able to do that consistently just doing a regular show, which is amazing. Back then that would have been unimaginable. So to
Yep.
me it's been pretty good. It's not world changing, but for me I'm proud of it. And I had a weird message left by a guy named Ronnie the Gipper. And the only people I know that would reference the Gipper
Mm-hmm.
would be either Chuck Steak or Booney or potentially that guy Chad that they became friends with at the end from Chad
Yep.
from St.
Yep. Yep.
Louis.
I remember Chad. Yep.
And so you remember there was this whole contentious thing towards the end of the pod trash where that guy, that criminal, showed up to the network and started to infiltrate it and
Oh my
then
God.
poach people
Yes.
to create that whole Gonzo podcast thing. And that guy, by the way, is in prison to this day. He does not get out until 2030.
Oh no shit.
So that was the result of him effing with me, basically.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that. But the biggest betrayal for me was that Booney and Chuck Steak actually went to that network. Like they could have left, and they left and they went and did Chad's show. Like he had his own podcast
Right.
he started doing, and they were doing it with him. That's fine, whatever. I didn't like Chad, but whatever. I'm not their master. I never claimed to say you can't do that. But when they went to the Gonzo Podcast Network, that was like the ultimate betrayal because this guy was actively suing me,
Oh no shit. Yeah.
doxing me. I was in a lawsuit with him. He tried to sue me for defamation, for calling him a criminal. Get that?
Well,
I
yeah.
called
Well,
him a criminal, and he is. And I actually had to go through and pull up all of his criminal records to prove it's not defamation. Defamation is lying about somebody when you knowingly know it's untrue with malice and intent. None of those applied. I called him a criminal because he tried to defraud me, and he's a criminal.
yeah.
So I refused to work with him because of that. They created that whole Gonzo podcast thing, right? So Booney and Chuck Steak went to that network knowing all of that, and that was the ultimate betrayal to me. And so, in the time, this is a long time ago. I was younger. I got
Oh yeah.
very angry.
Yep.
Booney had sent me a painting, and it was a painting of a woman with blonde hair growing out of a tree. And then, I don't know, there's a little kind of subtlety to that kind of, I think he was subliminally kind of relating it could just be in my head to Robin,
Yeah.
because he didn't like Robin's involvement in the network and considered it like this is a boys club and she's ruining it type thing. She's the Yoko Ono of pod trash, right? So he sent me this painting and I hung it up on my wall because I liked the painting and I was
Yep.
happy that he sent it to me. But
Yep. Well, he's a good
after he,
artist, and I will tell you this much too.
yeah, he
Um,
is.
Robin is a beautiful young lady. She really is.
Absolutely.
She
Absolutely.
is.
She's a good artist too, as well,
Yeah, and
actually.
I will tell you what, I have talked to her. She has shown up on this live cast or this live stream. Oh, maybe a year or so ago.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah,
I
and
just messaged her, told her that you were on. I said, I'm going on there. She said, okay,
yeah,
she'll check it out.
yeah. Well, she's always been. I mean, just like you, Wush. She's always been so good to me. So friendly and everything, and without reading anything into that, I'm an old fuck. But no, I mean, I really I enjoy talking with Robin. I've always had fun with her when we've
Yeah.
talked and everything. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead
No,
with
I
your
need to
story.
confess what I did so
Yeah.
you know the context.
Yeah.
So I was very angry at that moment because they had betrayed me, and I thought like, damn, these guys were my friends for over a decade,
Yeah.
maybe longer. Because Booney I met on WDM, he used to be a guy in the chat room there, stirring up trouble, but in good nature, and I liked his contributions. And then we started Pod Trash and we started Wush and Boone together. We made it through 101 episodes. Every week, every Friday,
Yep.
we were spending hours together. And I considered us very, very good friends. So then to see that he goes to that guy's thing, knowing what he's doing to me, he was doxing me. He was trying to hire private investigators to like stalk us. This is the level it was going to.
Oh,
Social
for
security
fuck's
numbers
sakes.
being blasted out. Right. And so in my anger, I took the painting that Booney sent me and I'm like, I'm getting rid of this. I'm going to throw it out. I don't want a painting of a guy that betrayed me on my wall.
Yeah.
So I took it out and I filmed a video of me throwing it in the garbage. But before I did, I let our dog Mo, the one that's in my avatar, actually pee on it.
Oh, Jesus.
So Mo, instinctively, I didn't tell him to.
Yep.
Instinctively, it was on the floor. He walked over to it and peed all over it and, all that. And then I just smashed the thing with a hammer, broke it up, and threw it into the dumpster.
Oh,
And
shit.
it was a callback to, we had Melissa Joan Hart on as a guest one
Yep.
time. And the whole bit was that we were pretending it was a book club. And so she sent her book to everybody called Melissa Explains It All.
I actually saw that.
Yeah, because she did Clarissa Explains It All. So Melissa was
Yep.
a real name. So she wrote a book about it. Chuck Steak, during that interview, tweeted Melissa Joan Hart directly during the interview of the book in the toilet as he's peeing on it.
Yep.
And he writes, "This explains it all."
Yep.
Very funny, I thought. I wasn't mad about that. I thought it was very funny. But the callback I was doing was to that. It was like, okay,
Right.
Melissa Joan Hart could suck, but that's pissing on someone's art.
Yep.
And so in response, you guys betrayed me. That came to my head. Now, I didn't piss on the painting. The dog did. But yes, we did destroy the painting and throw it. It was mean, and I apologize for that and everything. But then I told you before, fast forward, J Dummy's doing a stream, and then Booney showed up. And he didn't seem mad. Like, he was over it. And he said, I would love to do a podcast. He was being very friendly. He was happy me and Robin were together. And I said, I'd love to do a podcast with you. It's good seeing you. Then on my newer channel, I got a comment from this Ronnie the Gipper. And he said, maybe you shouldn't have pissed on Booney's painting or something like that. And I was like, what? Like, first of all, that's not what happened. The dog peed on it.
Yeah.
But I was like, who is that? Is that Chuck Steak?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
It would have to be either Chuck Steak, Booney, or Chad. And I don't think it's Chad. Because he
No.
disappeared into the wind. It would have to be one of the two. None of the other people in the world would say Ronnie the Gipper. Or know about that painting.
Yeah, there is one, and I'm not going to do it here on live stream, Wush.
Another meat related, another meat
Another person that
relative.
grew up- yeah, well, no, not really relative. Close enough. It's one of those family members that have no blood relation. You know what I'm saying? They grew up together, and
And
it
they would
sounds
know
like
about that much
Oh.
detail of the painting and the Ronnie the Gipper?
in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. He would be the fourth brother, even though he's not related.
Yeah, I know who you're referring to. That would be strange if it was him. But
I really don't think it would be.
because Chuck Steak is he was super into the Gipper.
Yeah.
And Booney. Both of them, but Chuck Steak more so. But either way, I responded to it and I said I did not pee on it. It was the dog, and it was the betrayal of going to the Gonzo podcast thing. But I never heard back from that. And this
Right.
is after the timeline of Booney showing up to J Dummies seemingly over it, and it's like I'm not the type of person to hold grudges like that, like lifelong grudges. I know you've dealt with that, personally as well. These things where people just can't they
Oh yeah.
can't come to an agreement and like, listen, past is the past. The present is all that matters, right?
Yeah. Well,
And I would hope to go ahead.
I was going to say, and with that being said, yeah, um, can't say everything's forgiven, but we've moved on, so at least we're communicating, and we found,
Yeah.
it's also a little different that I'm 650 miles away from them, so they
Right. It's
don't see
harder.
me.
You don't see face to face.
Right, they don't have to deal with me. I don't really affect their life on a day-to-day basis, but we have made some amends, and we're moving forward. And the biggest thing is I actually get to talk to Chuck Steak a whole
Mm-hmm.
lot, and we have so much in common. And he has come to realize too, even when we disagree, it's just we disagree. There's no loss of respect. I don't think any less of him because we can't come to an agreement. On whatever topic we're talking about.
Chemtrails?
Yeah, yeah. You know what? Whatever it is, or I mean, even it really doesn't matter. It could be something minor, and
Yeah.
not even way out left field or right field. It really doesn't matter. And, I really do appreciate that because he's come to understand too. I listen to what he has to say, and I will give an argument to him, or at least my point of view, but I don't dismiss his opinion and his and even in my YouTube channels as well. Um, everyone has a
I
different.
think there was a weird, it was also during a weird period of time. It was like Donald Trump was just getting
Yep.
elected. Everything became very
Oh my
hyper
God. Yeah.
political,
Yep.
caused a lot of division. People who weren't even political before suddenly had opinions, very strong opinions. It got very radical,
Yep.
and it caused a very big divide at Pod Trash. But even still, I maintained that platform as a free speech platform where anybody could
Yes, you
spread
did.
their ideas. We had
Yes.
guys who were, I mean, we had a show called Gossip Hour and a show that was very liberal
Oh
to
yeah.
literal, no joke, white nationalists doing a show called
Yep.
Identity Rising, and then you had Chuck Steak,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Chuck's Take
Yep.
in the middle of that, and that was kind of like the center. So we had the whole political spectrum in one place, and we were all coexisting. But it created this weird dynamic of like where people felt comfortable starting to go like, oh, Robin's a filthy Jew and she's Jewing up the network. We had
Oh,
Maxwell, you remember him?
yeah.
That whole time period just caused a lot of animosity and toxicity, and
Not
that
only
fed
you, but
into it for
do you
sure.
you remember Bruce?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've
Oh my.
spoken to Bruce last time, maybe a year ago at
Oh
this
my God.
point.
I speak to Jimbo all the time.
Yeah,
Uh.
someone gave me his number, said that I
Yep.
could contact him if I wanted to.
Oh my God. I will tell you what, because between you and him, the both of you, uh,
Oh yeah, I still got his number.
yeah,
Yeah.
y'all put up with me for for a while. Yeah, I mean, especially fucking midnight after. Let's see, I've only had 6 beers right now.
Oh
You put
wow,
up
this
with.
was February 2022 was my last text convo with him.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I
I'm gonna
just.
text him right now.
Yeah, I would
How's it
tell you
going, bud?
what you would be so proud of him. He has done so well for himself. Um, he's working on again. You know how he likes to call his girlfriends. Uh, point one, point two, and everything. He's still working on girlfriend
Yeah,
point
right,
2.0,
right.
And
What was the actual term?
oh yeah,
Something 2.0.
yes, yes, and I can't remember either because I will tell you what, he has a stepdaughter right now that just loves him to death, and that honestly, those two girls have changed and turned his life around like you wouldn't believe. I me personally, I am so proud of him. He has done so, he's pulled himself up and done so well, and it's not only because of himself, it's he cares for somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I remember he had a turnaround. I don't know if it's the same turnaround, but he had a major turnaround towards the end
Yeah.
of Pod Trash about he
Oh
got
my
his
god.
life together and
Yep.
met this woman. Yeah, she was good for him.
Yeah, and it's oh, don't get me wrong, just like I'll bitch about my wife, he'll do the same thing. But he just I I don't know why. He cares for my opinion, and I've told him so many times I am so proud of him. He's just even just talking to him privately, he's just a totally different person. He has something to live for now, where before he didn't, if you kind of understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Surprisingly, on that note, Jay Wojtek just showed up
Oh
for
no
the
shit.
yes, for the first time in years. I honestly expected him to be dead. I didn't believe he was still alive, and then he just showed up one day in the Podtrash Discord, dropped his phone number, and then left. And that
Oh
was like a
damn.
month or so ago. And then I was like, that was kind of strange. So I texted him, didn't get a response. But then just yesterday, he came into the Podtrash Discord writing a bunch of stuff saying, like, hey guys, I miss you all. It was what I was saying before. It's so cool that
Yeah.
this community that I built 15 years ago to this day, some of these people, they may disappear for a year, 5 years, and they still will show back up at some point just to say hi. It's like that moment in time, that phase was actually part of their life.
Yep.
It's a memory. It's like going to school. It's like a high school memory almost. For a lot of these guys, it was a decade of their life.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And you know
So,
what? I had a lot of fun, man, and I
me too.
I appreciate it. And again, I can't say enough. Especially with Bruce, because we again, privately we converse, we keep in touch and everything, and I've never met him in person, but I still consider him uh, a good friend.
Oh, he just replied. Here we go. He
Oh,
says, "Yo, how are you?" I said, "I'm live with Sidewinder right now," and I linked him.
oh, okay, all right. He might
I
be
said,
working.
"Good. Are you working? Come watch. If not, hang on. I got a little bit of time."
I gotcha.
But what I was gonna say, what was I going to say?
Well, all these people
I
showed back up.
Yeah, well, I would love to somehow, I don't know if it's possible. Because now I had that other channel, but this channel that I'm on, the WushDishMean channel that I'm on here with,
Yep.
I'd love to turn this back into kind of like a pod trash type thing. And if possible, maybe put a good word in. Tell Booney that I apologize, and I did already, but still reiterate that I apologize for the painting thing and any of the bad blood there. Same to Chuck Stay, because me and him butted heads a bit.
Yep. Yep.
I'd really love to talk to them again, and I think a lot of people would love to see a Wush and Boone reunion with Chuck Steak there on my channel, WushDishMean. Or if they have a channel too, I don't even know, because I was like, I wonder where they disappeared to, because I know they didn't stop using the internet. Did they
No,
change their
they didn't.
name?
Well, I'll tell you what. With all right, with Booney, yeah, he don't have time, and he's into other things.
Yeah, he was gonna do Boone Viver. Remember that? He was gonna
Right.
go out in the woods with a
Yep.
GoPro, and I remember when I saw him on camera at J Dummies. He was I don't know if he was still living in the home that he was in,
Well,
and he was in some garden or something, doing something with
right.
wood.
He tried that, but he also found out, like I have, it is a son of a bitch to go and do something and film it at the same time and then go back and edit it.
Oh yeah, yeah. You need an editor and a
Oh,
cameraman.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's why my channel's so small, because I do everything myself.
Same
And it
here.
sucks. But you know, he figured this out too.
You definitely got a major improvement because I've been watching every now and then, and I remember when you first started this, your camera looks better, microphone sounds better. The fact that you're able to get this audio quality walking up with a wireless like that, I'm jealous of that. I want to get I wish I could get a really good mic that sounds like mine, but I could walk around with it.
To be honest with you, it's
Oh, it's a long cord? Are you kidding?
no, I'm
I
not
didn't
kidding you,
even
man.
notice.
I'm a fucking Gen X, man. I grew up with those
I
wall-mounted.
was like, that's a great wireless mic. You sound
No,
good.
I grew up with the wall-mounted landlines, you know, that had the
Mm-hmm.
35
Me too. Me
yard.
too. I'm
Yeah,
not
you know,
that young.
yeah. So yeah,
We
and
had the ones with the die where you put the finger in and you got to spin it. So I go
oh
back that
Jesus,
far.
yes, that I grew up with. Yeah, the old rotary dial ones.
I actually
Wush,
found a
how
lot
old
of
are
my
you?
old. I'm 38 now.
All right, yeah, I got 20 years on you.
That's fine. That's
Yep,
fine.
I got 20 years
Oh,
on you.
I remember what I was gonna say. So you were talking about meeting people.
Yep.
So this is kind of cool. I met Down East Mike in person.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, and it's kind of it's a cool story and a sad story at the same time. And can I tell the whole story? I think I can.
That's up to you, sir. I have time. The wife won't be home till 11.
I'm just trying to remember if it's something he said publicly or not, and I think it is. But so for the longest time, Down East Mike had met this new woman, and he madly in love with her, and he was going to get married to her. And the beauty of it was he wanted Robin to make the wedding or the engagement ring, because Robin's a jeweler. She has a jewelry business and stuff. So we have this whole plan. Robin makes the ring, very expensive ring. We're talking 5 figures, you know, over 10 grand. I'll just say that. Very, very beautiful ring, custom made. And he doesn't want it to be sent through the mail because then it's the whole thing with insurance and it's very expensive. So he lives near Lake George area.
Okay.
And we're up here in Montreal, so it's really not that far. So our plan was we were going to meet up and she would give him the ring in person. And guess what happened? The borders closed and the pandemic started.
Yeah.
So Down East Mike, the ring was already made. He paid for it. And it had just been sitting there, and we kept planning, keeping up. We're going to meet when the borders were opened, and none of us had any idea that was going to be, 2 years later?
Yeah, well, it's only supposed to be, you know, close everything down for 2 weeks, you know, let shit go on. Yeah.
Now they're trying to do it again with the monkeypox thing. Not happening again, not falling for it again. But yeah, so it ends up being a 2-year lockdown where we can't get through the border and I can't see my family. And you know what else happened? Right before that, I got permanent residence in Canada, which meant I was able to then leave and go back to the States to finally visit my family again because I applied inland.
Yep.
So I could not leave Canada until I got that permanent residence. I finally get the permanent resident card and say, hey, Down East Mike, we can go and visit now and meet you. I can go back to New York, meet my family. Borders closed the same week. Bam, another 2 years I can't visit my family. We can't meet Down East Mike.
Yep.
finally, the time comes. The borders open up again, and we drive for I think 3 days or something to go stay at a hotel near where my mother, and my brother are, so we can go
Yep.
visit them. And then on the way back home to Montreal, we meet up with Downey's Mike. We go out for dinner with him. Very, very nice guy. He's such a nice guy. Yeah, this beautiful dog in his pickup truck in the back. And we were talking to him for hours, and everything was great. Robin gives him the ring. It's beautiful. He loves it. And then it's not until after he goes home a week later, we don't really hear from him. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Did she not like
Gotcha.
the ring? Did she not like it? And we find out, sadly, she did not want. They split up.
Oh, damn.
And I don't know if it happened beforehand and he was
Mhm.
too nice of a guy to say that it didn't
Right.
go right,
Right.
or if it happened after. So now the guy's got this expensive ring, but in
Yeah.
fairness, is like, save it for the woman that deserves it. Now you already got the ring.
There you go.
But I felt so bad. I felt so bad because he's such a sweet guy, and then to hear that he was like, yeah, he was madly in love with this woman, and it broke my heart to know that, we finally met him, and it was supposed to be a nice thing where he brings the ring back, and then we get to
Yeah.
hear back the story of how
How
he
she was
proposed
so
to her with
excited.
Robin's ring.
Yeah.
And that's life. And you know what? I think the problem is the pandemic is probably responsible for that too, because divorce rates skyrocketed. A lot of relationships failed during that pandemic.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm just throwing it out there because I know Booney had gone through something as well, if that was during that time period as well. It seems like a lot of people. It got a lot of people.
Yeah, it did. I'll put it to you this way: with Booney, that's more of the timing would be more of a coincidence than anything else. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, it just exacerbated it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. From what?
I worried about him because I know we would joke about it, the whole dynamic of he's in the basement with me doing a show, and she'd come down, and then he'd go, "Hey, babe, Garth Crooks is on the line," and it's me as an asshole on the phone going, "Yeah, I'm Garth Crooks," and
Yeah,
all this nonsense, and she did not seem to like any of it, and I'm thinking, damn it, it was kind of a ghost of, what is it, future past, whatever you call it.
right. I guess.
Because I dealt with the same issue where you start to isolate yourself. And even though it's for a creative thing, he was doing a podcast with me. I mean, we weren't making money off of it. It was, I mean, money was made, but nothing that could make him quit his job. And that's why I understood him not having the time for it. But I do think that whole idea of isolating yourself in a man cave type thing, it puts stress on relationships, because then you're ignoring your
It depends.
significant other.
Yeah, well, it depends who you're with. See, I am. You have no idea, Wush, how fortunate I am with my wife, Chris. Because I will tell you what.
Nice to meet me.
She
Just kidding.
No, she. My God.
Because my name's Chris.
Yeah. Well,
I was
yes.
joking.
I got you. But one, she's not the jealous type, because
Mm.
not that I'm God's gift to women now, especially. I've gotten old, fat, and out of shape.
Are you kidding? You're Chuck Norris.
Thank you, sir. But but I am a flirt. But she understands too, because she's actually seen it. When it was taken serious, I run. I run with all three legs and my tail behind my back, and I hide behind her. She's the love of my life. I love her, so she's not worried about that. So she gives me a little bit of freedom to flirt. Okay. Not only that, but she likes her alone time and understands that,
Yeah.
that I like
Hobbies.
my alone time as well. Um, and we just click, and that's one of the things. The biggest thing is there's no jealousy. There's no she doesn't worry about what I do if she's not here. I don't worry about what she does if she's not here or I'm not here. And it's just such a comfortable relationship to be in where you can trust your partner. Um, I don't
I
know if
agree. I
that came
agree. But
across
I think it has to be it
right.
has to be balanced too, where
Oh yes, where
you
you
can't be spending 90% of your time,
right,
isolating. Where you yeah, and I get
right,
it, that
right. No,
lifestyle. You
you're
go to work.
absolutely
He
right.
worked the
Yep,
trades, so you're working all
yep,
day. And I was a glazier. I did glass work when I was younger, and you have no life. You
yep,
literally wake up. I would wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning, had to drive 30 minutes to work. Then you load up the work van for the day. You're already carrying 200-pound sheets of glass,
yep.
putting it in the truck. Then you're driving all around. That's what got me into. That's Howard Stern saved my life during that period of my time, because we had the Sirius radio in the work truck,
Right.
and we listened to Howard all day. And you're just driving from work site to work
Yep.
site, doing all these jobs. Then, if I was lucky, I would, wake up at 5. I'd get home on a good day at 6 p.m. So always more than 12 hours. And then some days it was like 8 p.m. I'd get home. And then they would want me to come in on Saturdays sometimes. The benefit was overtime, time and a half.
Yep.
So I was working 60, 65 hours. I think my max was 70 hours a week. And
Oh
I
yeah.
made great money doing it, but I had no life.
Life,
I would go home and I would be tired, fall asleep, and I wake up and it's time for work again. And
dude.
by the time Sunday rolled around, that's not enough time to enjoy yourself.
No, dude. I'm a fucking truck driver. All right. Our normal work week, all right,
Yeah.
is 70 hours. Everyone else's normal work week is 40 hours. Anything over is time and a half. Truck driver, no, we're exempt from time and a half.
Oh, wow, that's
So it's all straight time. 90% of the companies out here, there are a few that will pay you time and a half, but 90% of the companies, it's all straight time.
and you're doing the whole 18 wheeler
Yes, sir.
traveling with cargo. What kind of cargo?
Well, see, no, I stopped doing that now. I still drive the truck. I still haul 18 wheeler, 53-foot long trailers. But I work from, I only work a 9-hour day now. Um, and that's
That's
it,
not bad.
45 hours a week. And that's Monday through Friday. I have enough seniority at my job now because they ask me every fucking week, hey, do you want to work? Stop right there. No, I don't. No, I work Monday through Friday, 9.5 hours. No, no, I don't want to do anything extra. All right. I'm the old crotchety fuck at work now. And so yeah, I say no. And they're like, okay, well, we had to ask, because it's policy. And we have a union now. I'm not part of the union. I refuse to be. I didn't think we need it. That's a different story altogether.
Yeah.
But they have to ask me because I'm one of the senior guys, whether I'm with the union or not. I'm one of the senior drivers, so they have to ask me, and I'm just like, yeah, not only no, but hell, fuck no, I don't. I've already done that shit when I was young and in shape. I'm old and falling apart now. No, and I honestly do, like you were saying, I do want to spend some time with the wife. Now I get up at 3 o'clock every fucking morning. All right. And on my way out the door, I make sure I wake up the wife. give her a kiss, tell her I'm going to work. And she doesn't get mad at me. She expects it. She gets mad at me when I don't do that.
Yeah. The small things that a lot of us
Right.
men overlook.
Yeah.
Like, why is that important? It doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but to them it is.
Well, to me it is too, because, getting older, I've realized I might not come home tonight,
Yeah.
and it might not be because of a accident or anything. I might have a fucking stroke or a heart attack now. I'm getting to that age. You
Yeah.
know
You
what I'm
might
saying?
vapor lock, what
Yeah.
they call it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the fact I'm still smoking,
Yeah, you
after
gotta
going.
get off that. Have you tried vaping?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. No. Well,
What kind of vapes have you tried? Because
well,
I've heard this story many times, and the first
yeah.
time's always a failure, but there is a solution. I want to
Well,
hear from you.
you also have to understand. Do you know who the fuck I work for or subcontract to?
Marlboro?
Yeah. Philip Morris.
That was a good guess.
Yeah.
Damn.
So it's pretty fucking hard. It's kind of like, hey, why haven't you quit drinking? Well, I fucking work for Anheuser-Busch.
Franchiser-Busch, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a little difficult.
No excuse. Come on, Sidewinder. What have you tried when you go to vape? Have you tried like tobacco flavors or
I've
what?
tried all sorts of different flavors, and here's the thing. I really, honest to God, again, I'm the crotchety old man. I know what I like.
Mm,
I enjoy doing it. And if I'm going to quit, I'm going to fucking quit. If I'm not going to quit, I am not going to trade it for something else. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's true. It is one crutch for the other.
Yep.
Scientifically, they still have not figured it out, but I was at the doctor recently and they said while they can't definitively say vaping it, it is way safer, and
Yep.
they said that it's not only that but it's also all of the you don't smell like cigarettes anymore, the tar
Right.
buildup in your lungs, not only in your lungs but any of your electronics or anything around you.
Right.
And you're talking to me. I smoked for over a decade. At my worst I was at a pack and a half a day. I smoked the camels, Camel Blues, they started calling them. They used to
Right.
be
Right.
Camel
Right.
Lights.
Yep.
I loved them. I loved the Camels. But
Yep.
yeah, over 10 years smoking. I thought I would never quit. And when Robin and I met, we actually she introduced me to a weed pen vape. And
Yeah.
I wasn't really a weed smoker at the time, but I tried it and I was like, that's kind of weird that you can actually do that, put liquid in a thing
Oh,
and it
fuck
makes
yeah.
smoke.
THC. Yeah.
And she's like, it's not smoke, it's vapor. But so then I got interested in it, and then it developed into both of us taking on this vaping hobby where we would go to. It used to be way cooler than it is now. Now it's just these little disposables or
Oh, yeah.
tiny little things. But back then, it was a cool hobby where you would collect the vapes, and then they had the RDA, which was the top on the piece on the top,
Right.
and you built
Right.
your
Right.
own decks.
Oh, yeah.
So you would build your own coils, take the coil, you had a whole kit, and you'd spin it and make the coils with it, and then you'd screw them into the base, and then you'd thread the cotton through, you'd soak the cotton. It was a total mess, but it was a fun hobby to go collecting them.
Yep.
Now it's super convenient where it's just in a little, like, it looks like the size of a, I don't know how to explain it, but it fits in your hand. It's smaller than your hand, and it's just like you can hear it.
Oh my God. Yeah. Believe it or not,
And then you just
because you know what? Philip Morris
like a
is
cigarette.
Philip Morris is owned by Altria. Okay.
Mhm.
And Altria is a huge international corporation. I mean, their GDP is bigger than about 70% of the smaller fucking countries around here.
Yeah, I believe it.
All right. They also own, and trust me, we're going through trouble with this. They also own U.S. tobacco, U.S. Smokeless tobacco. John oh my God, what is it? JMC is what we call it. Those other two companies, they make either cigars or the smokeless tobacco. Okay. And every day I bring in and I move all the chemicals and all the liquids. They're called totes and everything, full of the stuff that they need to make your vape stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right at the very beginning. All the raw material comes in.
It's
And
it's propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin mixed with just flavoring. That's
right,
basically the ingredients of it.
right. And well, the thing is, I bring in all the flavoring as well.
Now they're doing flavor. So in New
Oh my,
York, flavor bands. Oh, there we go. Jizzmaster's
dude,
here.
Jizzmaster.
Jizzmaster joins
Oh
us.
my
We've been
God, Jack.
talking Booney, Chuck Steak. You guys are
Yeah.
missing it. I linked it in Pod Trash. Why aren't you guys tuning
Oh no
in?
shit.
You're missing quite a conversation here.
Well, thank you,
Um,
Wush, and do me a favor. Since you got like 18.7 million fucking viewers and everything, if you'd be kind enough, kind of give my little channel here a fucking
I
prop.
will, yeah. So I have
Yeah.
on this channel is fairly new. I have not posted really anything on it, but I'm starting to. But I'm at 154 subscribers in I think a few days.
Yeah.
The other channel I'm at almost at 2,000, and that's the one that gets good viewership. But that audience is a very niche audience because it's about a specific like comedian circle bubble that only certain people would know. But yeah, I will shout you out on it for sure. The deal is I'll do that. You got to get me in touch with Booney
Okay.
and Chuck Steak.
Well, Chuck Steak, I know I can call him and talk to him.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do.
Tony's a hit or miss.
Here's what you do.
Yes, sir.
Don't tell them I want to talk to them on the internet. Tell them I want to talk to them on the phone privately.
Gotcha.
Because when I talk to John privately, it's a completely different person than who he is on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
And we used to have totally different conversations. I want to talk to him as Chris and John speaking on the phone. And we can go, he can tell me if he's still mad about whatever it is, or tell me what he didn't like about. I think he'd find that I'm way different now. Still have flaws. I'm still pretty egotistical, okay? Overconfident maybe, but it's for the internet. But
Yeah.
honestly, in reality, that's not who I am. And I'm sad we never actually got to meet in person. I think that was one of the big issues. We planned it. And he was very close to me when I lived in New York. We could have met multiple times.
Yeah.
That would have changed everything, but it never happened. I met Jay Dummy in person. I met Downey's Mike. I met Joey Boots and Hypercheric. Who else did I meet? Am I missing somebody? John the Magic Guy. I met him in person.
Oh my God, him, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's pretty cool. I met a lot of the OGs in real life, and it changed everything.
Yep. John the Magic Person, my God.
Hey, now Unbleached is here. Unbleached is a friend of mine. He's a mechanic, by the way.
Okay. Oh my God.
Very good.
All right. Well, Unbleached. Here, not to just promote myself, but I'm not
Promote
really
it.
I'm not really a mechanic, but if you're interested in that gearhead stuff, I have a few old vehicles. I have a engine I rebuilt.
He'll love you because you're all about the old school and building. He has the same opinions, and he's a younger guy. He's younger than me. I think he's 32 or 33 or something.
Okay, well,
and he works on cars. He hates the electronics in cars. He loves all the old stuff. He said if he could, he would prefer all the old manual gauges and everything.
Yeah, I like analog. Matter of fact,
analog.
Yeah, my old 92 Dodge here, when I put that new engine in, we're getting rid of the and it's only an ODB1 computer brain box, very simple. I'm getting rid of that, and I'm going way back to carburation. Everything that computer runs is going to be replaced with mechanical, analog, physical operation systems, to include my overdrive as well, which is one thing I learned about rebuilding that fucking transmission. Um, because I have a hydraulically operated transmission instead of the newer ones, the electronic ones. It's very simple to just change two things, and they come from a diesel, which uses the same transmission, but a couple of the solenoids and oh my
Mm-hmm.
god, I'm having a brain fart here. But anyway, just a couple of pieces. They fit right in. They use the same transmission. And it's real easy. I don't even have to pull the transmission out. I just pull the pan off, replace these two parts, run two different wires to a damn toggle switch up in the cab, and the damn thing works just like it does now.
Damn, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it. I mean, there's a logical explanation that the bottom line is really everything. They want to make everything cheaper. I just
Yeah.
wonder, like, what's the difference? Why is it that a 30-year-old Maytag dryer runs better and the original motor still works, whereas a new Whirlpool or even a Maytag today will break in a couple of years? They're designed to fail.
Well, it's not only that, but I'll put it to you this way: when you get into electronics now, that old 30-year-old one doesn't have the motherboard. If you ever, I used to, my God, I used to build
That is
computers.
true. That's true. I
All
have
right,
photos of it. The old
now,
one was encased in metal, and then it had just the copper
yeah,
windings. And then the new one has a chip on it. You're right.
well,
It's the computer bullshit.
it is, and they are more sensitive. We're talking milliamps and everything, whereas all those wires, all those connections you saw, all those analog, some of them still had points, just like an ignition point that opened and closed. You clean the shit off, and they make a good connection, and it's fine to fix it
I'm
on
gonna show
yourself.
you. I'm gonna pull it up because I got photos of this thing, and then you can see it versus the new one, and you'll see the
Yeah,
difference.
and a printed circuit board, it doesn't take a whole lot to fry the damn thing. Whereas when you have actual wires and points, it takes a lot to overheat them, set them on fire, and turn them, to. I'm sure you've. Well, the example is those jumper cables cut on fire. It took a lot of power to do that. Okay, that wasn't just a short little.
Oh yeah, and he was revving the engine too.
Right.
Is when it started.
Yeah, that wasn't just a short little over amperage thing. All right. With that being said,
Okay, I
even
got
those
the.
jumper cables, you can replace them. Think of them as the wires on your old um, washer dryer combination. You can now resolder new ones in. It did not destroy anything but the physical wire itself. Whereas a circuit board, yeah, you can jump them, but you have to know what the fuck you're doing. Um, but it don't take a whole lot. It only takes 3 or 4 volts and a few amps to fry those things.
So here I got. Here we go.
Oh, here.
There's a picture of the old one. You can put that up there.
All right, will do.
So that's the old
Yeah.
30-year-old motor. It just
Yep.
died 30 years later. And then here, let me go. Here's another shot of it.
Yep.
Very dirty. I tried cleaning it all up, and then this area here was seized with the part that turns the blower fan.
Yep.
This would not move, so I had to use a impact gun to get this screw out. It was nearly impossible. And then
Yep.
this is the new motor. It's got
Okay.
some, and I had to know which connections because the connections are different. See
Yep.
how look at the old one. It
Yep,
was all
yep.
RDG, and then this one was numbered. So I had to know which goes to which. And then the connectors were different sizes, and they wanted you to fuse on a new connector that was what's the word? Has the plastic around it, insulated.
Oh, yeah.
I said, fuck that. I just used pliers to make these tighter.
Yep.
And then I put electric tape around all of this just to hold it in there.
That should be fine.
And I was impressed with myself. Well, Robin was too, because she was like, I was working on it for a while. She didn't think I was going to fix it. Because it was $1,300 minimum for a new washer dryer, a shit one.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Could have went up to $2,000, and this part and the motor was $250.
Yep.
I think I got a video of the first time I started it up, and I was like, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm a real man.
Well, Wush, let me tell you something too. And I have family members that don't understand. One, it saves you money, but two, just the fact that you accomplished something, that you fixed it yourself.
Yeah, I love it. For some reason,
it just,
while I'm doing it, I might complain, or I go, oh, I need a break. This is just driving me nuts. But I love when something breaks. I almost love when it breaks, because then I'm like, I get to take out my toolbox, get all my tools, and go work on it. Like I have a video here. It gives you an, let's see if this works. Hopefully this works. Are you able to see this?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. Yep.
That sound was the greatest sound I ever heard.
Yep.
Running smooth. Look at all that shit in there. That's not a normal dryers do not look like that. You got so much crap going on.
Yeah, they don't have to be hardwired like that. It all goes through a goddamn circuit board now.
Yeah, and then see the panel that's not here.
Yep.
Has a whole paper guide of where everything goes. It's like, this is wire number 63. This is wire number 123. It goes to the, and I had to, like, these cables, I had to put those back in. Then there was cables that were here in this area that go here, and then there's a grounding cable, and then so much of it. And when this moment when I was about to press the button the first time, because this is an old Maytag touchpad, right, which now works better now. Before it used to like flicker on and off, but I fixed that as well. And I was like, shit, it didn't work. And then when it popped on, I was like, it's because I was wearing the glove. I was like, I fucked up. It doesn't work. Yep. I was like, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Oh, no shit, man. That is awesome.
It's running better than before.
That is friggin' awesome, man. God, doesn't that feel so good?
Yeah, it does. And what was great was the design of this. So usually a lot of these dryers, the motor, the back of it is attached on the back of the dryer. So you have to take the whole unit out. Yep. This one is designed where, see this little metal part here? It's like the motor is attached here. And then you can take out behind here, there's a screw here and a screw here. This whole unit just slides out. So I was able to just work on the motor by just sliding that whole part out and taking all the wires off instead of having to go through the back.
Yeah, right.
But then the cool part was, or not the cool part, well, kind of, the pain in the ass, there's these clips that keep the motor in here, right?
Yep.
They're the most insane design because it's like a bump here and then a bump here.
Yep.
And then it clips around these little, you can kind of see it. I know you can't, but there's like these metal clips sticking out and it has to go around that. And you can't pry it off or anything. And sure enough, when I was growing up, my dad had a workshop in our house. Like that was his thing. Like he renovated our whole house. He did everything himself. He used to force me to help him in the workshop, even though I hated it. Now I'm glad he did.
Oh, hell
but
yeah.
he'd be like, "You're helping me," as punishment almost.
Yeah.
Teaching me how to woodwork. He built a whole bar in our basement by hand. He was amazing. He was like a master woodworker, and he knew how to fix pretty much anything. But funny enough, one of his old files that I had saved, I had it somewhere in a box. And I pulled it out and I stuck the file in this little area here, and then I hit it with a sledgehammer, and
Shit.
the clips came off. And I was
Yep.
like, thank you. It was a sign. He helped me because I spent an hour and I could not get this thing off with pliers, no matter what. And then I finally popped off. And then the other thing was the thing I showed you before, which was that it was seized in there so bad because this is 30 years old.
Oh, yeah.
And the DeWalt, by the way, I know you got Milwaukee fans out there. The DeWalt impact driver on Gear 3, even on Gear 3, it didn't instantly come out. I was like, grrr, and I think maybe, I was like, is this even supposed to come out? This doesn't make sense. And then you heard a crack and it finally came out. Because this has to come off and go on the new one unless you want to buy another $40 part just to replace this stupid thing. And yeah, obviously while I was in there, redid the belt too, because you might as well if you're in there.
Oh,
but now I know how the whole dryer looks and works inside. So anytime there's an issue in the future, I know so that's one of the good things of taking things apart.
It's a learning experience, that's for sure. And unbleached. AOC could never fix that. AOC doesn't even know what a fucking
Wait, you know AOC?
Yeah, AOC.
Oh, he's that's funny.
Mm.
That's funny because he's talking about a different AOC, but it still applies because you're thinking of the other AOC.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of the female one, but
he is a female pretty much. This other one.
Jesus.
What do you think, Uncle Sidewinder, of this story? A guy drove across the country by car to meet a woman on the internet, and then he lives in a motel. So he goes from motel to motel. He never had a home. He never had an apartment. Drives cross country to meet this woman whose previous boyfriend was this guy, Jimmernam. You actually might know Jimmernam because he sort of came around Pod Trash back in the day. Okay. He was an Asian guy who was trying to be Howard Stern a bit. It doesn't matter. But he is this like crazy guy who is just not a good guy in general. He had this woman, Jimmernam, the woman, this guy I was telling you about that he drove to meet her.
All right.
The woman dated this guy Jimmernam before him. And this guy Jimmernam forced her to get his name tatted on her arm, branded on her arm before they even met in person. That's number one. Okay. Then they meet in person and they spend a week together living in his apartment. And he kicks her out and calls the police on her to kick him out of his apartment. And she lived in New York or whatever. And he lived all the way in California. So she flew all the way there to spend a week with him. And then things went south, I guess, and he called the cops. She did nothing to assault him or anything like that. She just wouldn't leave because she was trying to rearrange her flight schedule because her dad was supposed to pick her up. And now that the plans changed, she didn't have a ride home and she was freaking out. And he filmed her crying on a couch for 6 hours straight and put it on the internet. So there's a video on the internet of this woman crying on a couch, the cops taking her out, and she got not famous, but she started a YouTube channel and started streaming and got a lot of views because she's known as the woman who got kicked out by Jimmernam. And fast forward, obviously when he kicked her out, they broke up. This other guy, AOC, wants to now date this woman, so he drove from his motel, quit his job at Amazon, drove cross country all the way to New York to live in a motel that's an hour away from her. And then the minute he gets there, this woman, I guess because this man's he's very controlling, angry, jealous.
Yeah.
He thinks every man that she speaks to, that she's having sex with or sexting with or
Okay.
any, he's super jealous. And because he was trying to be controlling, she turned him into a bitch. So what she did was she filmed a video of herself twerking her butt into the camera. No shirt, like in her bra and underwear.
Okay.
Booty shaking in the camera, and then plays this video on her YouTube channel. She uses StreamYards like you do.
Okay.
So she kept popping the video up, and then he came up and he's like, "What the F is wrong with you? Why would you make a twerking video? Why are you doing this?" And she's like, "Because you're an asshole. You're too controlling." And then she kept backstaging him. So then she kept bringing up random men on panel to watch the video of her twerking as he sat there. And she just kept backstaging him, let him talk for a second, backstage him, let him talk, backstage him. And every time she just kept playing the twerking video over and over and over, like 100 times in a row. Now, is that a woman that you'd go, this is something that's tenable that we can fix?
No, I'm sorry. All right. First off, all right, depending on the age, her first relationship.
She's 32 and he's 50.
All right, now hold on. How old was she when she hooked up with Jimmy Jammer there?
It was literally like a year ago.
All right, no, fuck that. That would have been the first red flag for me. All right, there's something off about this woman. Sorry that she got abused. It didn't work out, but at that age, in your 30s, late 30s.
The most based response. It's exactly what I said. I love this. I'm going to clip this. Keep going. This is how we're going to get you famous.
Yeah, well, why the fuck would you get a tattoo of somebody you never met before, of their name on your body? All right, and then go 3,000 miles to finally meet them, and then be surprised that they're an asshole. Okay, that tells me that's one red flag. This other guy, and honestly, I don't care how gorgeous she is or whatever.
Nothing to write home about.
All right, you're a controlative freak. All right, and you already know she got a fucking tattoo of a guy's name she never met, one out there, and now is boo-hooing and everything. Yeah, common sense will tell you, and the asshole is 50. I'm sorry, the guy is 50 years old. He should be smart enough to know.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, this woman might have some fucking issues. Okay, and he should be old enough to know there is nothing worse than a woman scorned. So you're going to go in there, be the same type of jerk that she just broke up with, and you don't expect any repercussions. You don't think there's any animosity. There is no common sense left in the world, man.
I have to also add the fact that, so after this happened, the woman started her YouTube channel primarily to stream about this Jimmernam, the first ex-boyfriend, over and over, like to the point where she streams 12 hours long, talking about this guy, complaining. God. And she got his name tatted before they even met. And her excuse was, "Oh, he claimed he was going to get my name tatted too." And it's like, but you didn't meet him, and he didn't do it. He never did it. And then she's like, "Well, I can get the tattoo fixed and cover it up." And wait, Uncle Sidewinder. She not only tattooed his name, she tattooed it herself. With no skill. Like, she's like, "Oh, I'm starting to learn how to do tattooing, so it's a bad tattoo." And she tattooed she branded herself with this guy's government name. I love the silence. I don't know if it's because you're lagged or if you're just in awe. Yeah, he's in awe. He cannot believe it, guys. I actually want to find the video of her crying and see if I can play that for him. See what he thinks. Or the video of where's the other video with the breakup? The argument. Oh, this is my show now. Hey guys, I am now the host of the Sidewinder channel. Thanks for tuning in. This is Sidewinder Shed. Sidewinder is Booney and Chuck Steak's uncle. And we're hoping we're gonna have a reunion, Wush and Boone reunion. Let me see if I can find this video. Where is the breakup video? On Bleach, send that to me. Hopefully he comes back. I want to see what he thinks of that. Oh baby, I like it raw. Oh baby, I like it raw. Damn, he vapor locked. No, that's just a video of her twerking with fart noises over it. Where is it? Come on. Oh, I know where it is. It's in here. Damn it. Do I have Sidewinder's number? Let me see. Let me text him. See if I have his number to text. Uncle Sidewinder. Let's see. Oh, no. Don't call that number. I do. I do have his number. Hey, buddy. It's Chris. Wush, what happened?
Hey, man. The whole fucking neighborhood. Somebody must have hit a goddamn tree or something like that.
Oh, you lost power?
Yeah, I'm back on now.
Oh, you're back on now? That's funny because it kept me on, so now I'm just the host of the show now. I'm glad I still had your number. Yeah, because I can't end it.
25 fucking years, so.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm just sitting here by myself now. Come back on there. I wanted to show you the video, and then we can end it on that. Just get your opinion on it, because it'd be funny.
All right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and get back on the same one.
Yeah, what you do is you go to StreamYard, and then just enter the same studio. It should show you under live streams. You could always re-enter the same
that's
one.
What I'm trying to do, but here we go. I'm sorry, man, because it's still fucking loading.
Yeah.
Like I said, it fucked everything up.
Yeah, it should say
Here we go.
in the home page. It should show up, and then you can go to Enter Studio.
Yeah, I'm back on.
There we go. Okay, perfect. There we go. That's how we solve problems. I forgot I still had your number.
Yeah, well, yeah. Shit, like I said, it ain't changed in 25 years, so.
Wait, the power just like went out and then came back?
Yeah, and that was enough to fuck everything up here.
Yeah, that happens here a lot too.
Yeah, well, it don't usually happen here because we're on the same grid as the fire department. And before that, it used to happen, if I farted sideways, we'd lose the damn power. But since they changed the grid, yeah, we hardly ever do. But everything was just like black, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
You know, the best thing, not just like I always keep these power banks charged. I have like 5 of them. They just keep charged. You can hand them out to the kids and everyone when the power goes out. But the best thing that I have is it's like a DeWalt backpack. It's where all my tools are. They all fit in it. It's like a commercial for working on the job site, and it has a gooseneck light built into it, and
Yes,
then
sir.
also a slot for a battery and then USB charging. So when the power goes out, I just grab that backpack, pull it out, and I got like a bunch of 5 amp batteries. I got these new power stack batteries. Endless amount of power. You just plug it into the backpack, and then you have not just a light, but you also have power to power all your devices.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's been a lifesaver. So
Oh,
you don't
sure.
have to live in the dark. You can light some candles in the rest of the house, but then we all pile around the backpack, and then everyone can charge all their
Yeah.
devices and everything.
Oh, I gotcha. Well, I hate to say this, but bringing up Booney too. Um, Part of the thing is I have backups for my backups and backups for my backups. And
Wait,
in other words,
backups. I'm lost.
all
Backups
right.
of.
In other words, I have a generator. I
Oh
also,
yeah.
I also have battery packs, like you were talking about. I also have a gasifier where I can run pretty much any internal combustion engine off of wood.
Now that's badass.
Yeah, so yeah, not that I'm a prepper. I just don't like to depend on today's society, the power grid, and everything else like that. Um,
That's the best way to be.
well, I mean, as far as water goes, too, the essentials so you can survive. Um, I live in a place called Highland Springs. Uh, I know where there are 8 freshwater springs. Not to mention just digging down about 30 feet. I have a hand dug well. You can get water. Where the water table is very high here. With that being said, I also have a 12,000 gallon pool that, with a little bit of filtration, I actually have drinking water. Food supplies and everything. Yeah, I get about, I have about 3 months worth of dry goods. Not that you would enjoy eating it day after day,
No,
but
but you're prepared for the
yeah,
apocalypse.
for 6 people. All right, this is enough for 6 people. Um, and in my man room, in my shed, I did not do this intentionally, but the way I built it, it's actually a Faraday cage. So EMP, that's where I keep all my electronics that I'm not using at the moment. That's why I keep all my spare electrical and electronic devices. Is in the man room. One, it's a good storage place, and two, unintentionally, it ended up being a Faraday cage. I can bring my phone in there, no fucking signal, no nothing until you walk out of it. It's isolated.
So yeah, off the grid.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, Faraday shield, Faraday cage,
Yep.
block electromagnetic fields.
Oh yeah, and you have to understand this is a 12 by 32, 12 feet wide by 32 feet long fucking Faraday cage. Uh, I keep, I, especially all my automotive parts, the starters, the solenoids, everything like that I have extra, they all go in there.
Yeah,
Alternators,
it keeps it
batteries.
safe from
Yep,
like a radiation, electromagnetic radiation, right?
exactly. Exactly. And it's funny too, because this is one of the reasons why I don't do a live stream, and I don't do anything live from the shed, especially the man room, because I can't. It has absolutely no signal.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so here's the video of what this woman. This is not the Jimmernam part. That's a whole other video where she's crying on a couch basically for 6 hours. Going, why
Okay.
are you doing this to me? Blah, blah, blah. And the police take her out. But this is the video. The new guy, AOC. You can see the AOC May Noodles breakup. So this is what she did to him. And he's
Okay.
still, I guess because he drove across country, he has no choice now. He's like, he made the commitment that he has to be a good boy and put up with this.
Yeah.
But look at this and tell me what you think of this. If a woman did this to you.
He's fucking mad about it. And I asked Isaac earlier, I'm like, Isaac, do you and me DM? He was like, no, you don't DM me. Oh, he's here. Are you ready for this?
Oh, so just for some context, he's so jealous that he thinks this man that with the clown face that's on is a man, and about 10 other men that she's interacted with, he's under the impression that she's sexting. She must be sexting with all these men because she can't possibly talk to a man about anything but sex. Like, it shows you how much he knows about women. But so here's your context.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Alex.
Ooh. No, my problem is with this girl putting out our private shit over and over and over again, playing a fucking twerking video over and over and over again, and thinking I'm supposed to be cool with it. Go fuck yourself.
Lot of game, lot of bitches in the icy chain. Why you claim that you rich? That's a false claim. I'll be straight.
So that is her.
Yeah.
And also we have to be, because nobody said this. They think this is a new video. This is a super old video that she pulled up of her twerking in the past, I guess.
Okay.
As my guess, because it doesn't, I don't know, it matches into something else, but it doesn't matter. So this is her twerking. She's playing the video of her twerking in front of him to other men, and then watch how she does this. She keeps backstaging him every time he tries to talk.
Straight to the whip, no baggage claim. Whole lot of doubt, can't even pronounce the name. You ain't got.
Just to be clear, is that what?
That's how you treat people. That's how you treat your boyfriend.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Go fuck yourself.
Well, I mean, all right, man, but why are you playing it like over and over?
Because she's a fucking psychotic piece of shit. That's why. She knows I don't want her to. She thinks, oh, I'm being overly jealous or something. No, she's a
game, lot of bitches in the icy chain. Why you claim that you rich? That's a false claim. I'll be straight to the whip, no baggage claim. Whole lot of doubt, can't even pronounce the name. You ain't got.
Go on.
Yeah,
Noodles.
it's really funny.
What? All right. I mean, there's got to be a reason you're like playing this, though.
No, there really isn't, except that like I'm not owned by anybody.
No, because I told her not to, because everybody else told her not
Lot
to.
of game, lot of bitches in the icy chain. Why you claim that you rich? That's a false claim. I'll be straight to the whip, no baggage claim.
I can understand his point, but why the fuck is he still there?
Exactly. And then also you got to understand this guy is insanely abusive. Like it's revealed later that he would write abusive messages to her that, oh, I saw you talking to this guy on a panel. I heard you were talking to this guy. You're probably sexing them, aren't you? You whore and all that. So he's a super abusive guy.
Yeah, well, it's a very toxic relationship then. I mean,
yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
And then she seems to be attracted to abusive men.
Yeah.
And so this was her way of like controlling him because it's her panel. So it was like, you know what? You're going to accuse me of being with all these men. Then I'm going to twerk in front of all these men and embarrass you. And the funny end to the story is that he still went and hung out with her and is with her still.
Are you with?
Continues.
So I'm just saying that's not what happened. So this is the truth. And I'm not going to sit here and let you accuse me of cheating with every person that I come across who has a penis. Okay? End of story. And if you don't like it, tough. But this needs to happen because I'm sick of you. And the reason why I'm not mad at Sam Hill, because he's right. You are absolutely abusive. And he's not wrong for saying it because it's fucking true, Alex.
So are you. Look at this. Look at everything you just did. You're abusive as fuck. Playing that video.
That's not abusive.
Let
Okay.
him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah.
No, she won't. She'll put me backstage. Playing that
I'm with the
video
clown.
when you have
Let
a
her
boyfriend
finish.
is abusive as fuck.
Oh my God. All right. See, that's where we're at, where he has to like draw the line. I'm not going to sit here and get called a whore every single day and a disloyal cunt with not being allowed to defend myself. And this is the way I defend myself. I'm asking these men out here to show the DMs. They don't have none. So what else do you have to say? Huh? Everybody knows you're like this. Sam Hill, I'm sorry, but he's not wrong for calling you out for being abusive because you are. And I'm tired of it. There's that. Okay? You are fucking abusive and you know it. You've said it. I'm tired of your shit. I'm not going to be accused of cheating on you when I've never cheated on you. You fucking weirdo. Go ahead.
That's why there's rumors about you and like so many people because of the way you act around other dudes.
Oh, all right. The rumor is with me and Wush and me and COVIDs.
You heard that right?
Yep.
You heard that part.
Yep.
So that's the part I didn't tell you.
Oh shit.
So this woman, when she was fighting with the Jimmernam guy is a guy I don't like as well, because going back to the Pod Trash days, Jimmernam was actually supposed to join Pod Trash at one point.
Yep.
And then we didn't have him as a part of Pod Trash. But later on, I told you that story about the guy who sued me.
Right.
The criminal who had infiltrated Pod Trash and Booney and all that stuff. So Jimmernam got hired, and Unbleached actually, who's here in the chat. This criminal like found a bunch of these podcasters and it was poaching them from Pod Trash and then other places. He found Unbleached somewhere else, and hired them to be on that Gonzo network, right?
Gotcha.
So then Jimmernam got into a fight with the same criminal guy that I was fighting with. And then Jimmernam wanted me to team up with him against that guy. And I refused because the way Jimmernam was handling the situation was to fight fire with fire. This criminal guy was like doxing this guy Jimmernam's family, parents, kids, putting photos of his kids up, sending pizzas to his house and all this crazy stuff. And I knew, and then he was doing the same back to the other guy, exposing his kids. When I saw that, I was like, I don't want any part of this. I'm going to handle it my own way.
Yep.
The legal way, which is how this guy ended up in prison, by the way. Because it's a whole... I can make a documentary about this, so I wonder.
Was that Frank? Or is that a different person?
Which guy?
I'm sorry. Can you say it? The one that was giving you a hard time? I remember Frank.
No, it was... So there was Serial Killer Jack was like the head guy, and then there's this guy named Jeff Henson.
Okay.
And Jeff Henson was the one that was kind of... Serial Killer Jack used to call in the Gonzo show.
Right.
Like the Joey Boots Hypercharic Gonzo show.
Right.
And that's how he got involved in Pod Trash. And then he slowly got his claws into it. And then he started to try and defraud me. He was going to send me a $20,000 cashier's check. And it was this whole scheme, and I noticed it because I've been around criminals before. I could sense it. I didn't even know his record at that point, and I said, no, thank you. I won't take that check, because he wanted me to take $1,000 out of it and give it back to him. And I was like, this is a whole bank scam where he's got stolen identities, stealing money. Sure enough, turns out that guy was part of the mafia, and he had defrauded at least $500,000. So most of it from an elderly couple. He was stealing identities and opening up bank accounts and credit cards and other people's identities. Massive criminal organization ran. The top guy was the Serial Killer Jack guy, who's still on the loose. But this guy, Jeff Henson, was married, in quotes. He was married to this woman, but he was using her to launder his money through her bank accounts.
Gotcha.
And he started donating massive sums of money to Pod Trash. So he was, I don't, I don't know. I'll leave it at that. But they were coming from his wife's PayPal account. So it gives you, he was trying to launder his money through Pod Trash. It's
Right.
the best way to say it.
Yep.
And then he tried to get me to cash some fraud check. I said no. Thank God. And found his criminal record. That turned into a whole explosion, a back and forth fighting, and then him trying to sue me. And then do you remember Crystal?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Crystal ended up being one of the people who left Pod Trash to go to that Gonzo thing.
Yep.
And this guy, Jeff, who ran the Gonzo thing, fell in love with this girl, Crystal, and was cheating on his wife with her.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yes, and Crystal, I don't know if you remember, she had a kind of a thing for me. Remember she made that, I don't know if you remember, she made that song of her, like, coming to a climax.
Yep.
That all, you know. And
Yeah,
I made
yeah.
the funny joke song that Chuck Steak wrote,
Yep.
Going to California,
Yep.
Led Zeppelin, all that. So I was still on good terms with Crystal, and they came to a point, fast forward, the guy Jeff Henson was on the run from the police. He had a warrant out for his arrest, and he was hiding at a campsite, and nobody could find him, and he was with Crystal. And I reached out to Crystal, and I said, Crystal, we go back so far. You were part of Pod Trash. We supported you and had your back through everything. You know, she had like drug problems and all this stuff. I said, where is this guy? Tell me where he is. Because she was being abused by him too. I'm starting to realize he was abusive. So just tell me where he is.
Christ.
And fill in the blanks, blank, 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 blank. The police found this guy at a campsite, arrested him. He went to court. He skipped bail, stole the identity of, I don't know if you remember Monotone Matt.
No.
Okay, he was a guy that they had me do a show for on Pod Trash. They were paying me to do a show for this Monotone Matt guy.
Okay.
They went to his house, stole his wallet, and this guy Jeff, after he skipped bail, took this guy's identity and started a whole new life in another state and became the watchman at like a watchtower or something like that. I forget what it was. And he defrauded the company out of another $300,000.
Holy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then they
you're-
finally caught him because the guy, Matt, realized that I was right. These guys are criminals. And he reported his identity stolen. And then they ended up finding Jeff and locking him up for good. And then he is there today until 2030.
Good
But,
Lord. You're right. You need to write a fucking book.
I got all the footage too, and it's all on a hard drive, all the footage and everything. I got to make a documentary video of it. But Jim Rernam was going back and forth with him. So that's like 7-8 years ago. Jim Rernam hated me because I refused to team up with him against this guy because I didn't agree with the way he was handling it. And then 7 years later, I get a random message from someone like, hey, Jim Rernam's talking shit about you. I was like, what, Jim Rernam? I haven't heard that name in a long time. So I tune in, and sure enough, it's Jim Rernam, who no longer can be on camera because he's been exposed as like a guy who has been inappropriate with children. Okay, we'll just put it at that.
Yeah.
And he was telling this whole lie that I learned how to podcast from him. You laughing at that is all that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Like, this guy started in 2018, right? You know?
Yeah.
So he didn't think I was around anymore because I had taken a break from the internet for about 5 years.
Gotcha.
He never expected me to show up. And sure enough, I popped up on his StreamYard and I confronted him and he almost shit a brick because he did not expect me to come and prove to his whole audience and embarrass him in front of them that he's a liar. And we had a back and forth. And so that's how our rivalry came back to light.
Good
Which
Lord.
then Robin found this girl who was his ex-girlfriend who he had just kicked out of his apartment and called the police on, like I said, and said, this woman just got kicked out of his apartment. She hates him now and she streams about him all the time. You should go on her panel because you can give her all this dirt on Jimmernam, because I know Jimmernam's whole history. And so I went on this woman's panel to basically assist her in, disparaging this guy's name for good reason with truth and facts, because I had all the history. I had all the dirt. And because I was on her panels, people started making this rumor that I was like cheating on Robin with this woman.
Okay, yeah.
Just from being on her panel. They were being stupid. But then this woman herself, it gives you an idea how crazy she is. When it came to a point where this woman went out of her mind and she started doing the things that she was criticizing Jimmernam for, which is stuff like doxing. So she did a whole stream. She started doxing Jimmernam's whole family and his children and the whole 9 yards. And Robin simply went on a panel of her own on her channel and said, I can't support this anymore. It's going too far. Like, if we're supposed to be against doxing, how can we support you if you're doing the same thing? Right. Nothing mean-spirited, no insults. And then I said, yeah, I agree. Simply doing that, this woman went ape shit, and she started calling Robin a disgusting old decrepit whore, and F this, F that. She's jealous of me, blah, 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 blah. And so then that's why that enters into this guy, AOC, thinks I'm one of the many guys that she has sexted with and cheated on him with. And that's where we are in this video. So that's why you heard my name.
Oh, good Lord.
So much backstory here. But this is why I took a break from the internet for 5 years, because it's like...
I don't blame you, dude.
You come back to this and it's all just... demented, toxic internet cancer is what I call it.
The bad thing is, Wush, this is also what gets fucking views and people are interested in, is all this bullshit. And I hate to say it. This is one of the reasons why I like my channel being so fucking
peaceful,
under the radar. And the people that I deal with on my YouTube channel, the community that I'm with, it's not only the gearheads, but the people like woodworking, the people like cast iron and camping and everything, because there's no fucking drama.
But that, I don't know, that's the dilemma that I deal with too, because like even if you think back to Pod Trash, we had our own little universe that we built. So like there was conflict, but it was organic, and it was like show versus show. We could go at each other, call into each other's shows. And then the next week, since it was a scheduled thing, we just moved on and everyone was friends again.
But again, it was
this is like
competition, and there was
no real life, no doxing, none of that stuff.
Right. And everyone also understood too that your personality back in the day, your personality online was just like
you're performing
actor. Right, you're performing. It's not who you really were as
it's person. Not like that anymore, Sidewinder, because now it's like basically like you're doing a StreamYard. It's because it's so accessible and the barrier for entry is so low now. Everybody's a showman now, but it's just normal people doing these streams. The idea of show versus this has been completely blurred. And so now nobody knows what's real or what isn't. And then the pandemic, a lot of people were home for 2 years. So they all got in. A lot of normal people got into this now too. And so I'm at this weird point where it's like, I know that conflict brings views. If it's organic, fine. But also certain topics, a lot of these people, they'll cover them just because they're trending and they get views. And they don't have that filter where they care if it's their real passion or not. I have that, and it's my biggest obstacle in life, where I know I could start a channel tomorrow that covers a topic I do not care about, but I know would be massive and get a shit ton of views.
Exactly. Yes.
But I know doing it, I would be miserable knowing I really don't care. I can't fake it. I can't
Yep.
pretend to be into something I don't care about.
And
But is that
even
the
back.
smart decision? Should I go for the money?
Well, that depends on what you want. Me personally, I prefer integrity over
Yeah.
anything. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm fucking poor, Wush. It's one of the reasons why at
Yeah.
58 years old, I basically live paycheck to paycheck because I prefer integrity over
Mhm.
just doing whatever is popular. I'm not even talking about, being online or anything, just in the real world. I don't brown nose. I don't kiss ass. I speak my opinion. And yes, I know the difference between I've learned it. I'll put it to you that way, between being an arrogant asshole or just standing up for what I truly believe in. And most of the time, it hurts me. Okay.
Yeah.
But I have no problem sleeping at night. I don't. And the people that I truly care about, they understand this. They might not always agree, but they know where I stand. There's no problem with that, and it's just it's the way I grew up and it's what I believe in. Um,
Same.
and yeah, um,
My mindset was always not to fit in. It was to, what's the word? Don't fit in, stand out type of thing. But also, I hate the idea of following a herd or a trend or
right.
jumping on a bandwagon
Well,
just because for acceptance. It's easy. It's
right.
easy to go after oh, everyone hates this guy. Let's start making fun of this guy too. And then we become part of the club and you get easy respect. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
to build
Yeah.
it. But the problem is, it's like, you can work. You gotta have to work a real job, and then do the thing you really want to talk about when it comes to content creation. But it will be a very, 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 very long and slow burn to gain that same respect. Whereas
Right.
some of these people, they just go with the trend, they make a bunch of money, and then they quit their normal job, and then
Yeah.
at sometimes they can do the shitty thing first and then fund their passion project with the money they made off the nonsense they were doing. So it's like,
That's one way to look at it. I am not that talented and I can't bring myself to do it. That's just me. I'm not talking you out of it,
mm,
but I am not a performer. Okay? I have no acting abilities. It's not my passion. All right. I play myself as myself. What you see is what you see. Right, wrong, indifferent, drunk, sober, or stupid. I'm just me. That's all there is to it. Do I try to put my best foot forward on my channel? Yes, I do. Um, but I'm also not afraid whew, to say, hey, I screwed up, or I was wrong, or I did this wrong, or hey, I changed my mind. Um, because I am human. And don't tell my wife this because she doesn't believe it, and I don't want her to know, but I'm not perfect. Okay. But I do the best I can with what I have, and I'm working with very limited resources here. Uh, but you have to be true to yourself to a point, and it depends, Whoosh. What do you want? I do this. I do my channel. I do this here as a hobby. Okay. I don't expect to make money. I really don't want to make money because I don't want to depend on it. I
mm-hmm,
don't want to be sponsored. I don't want to have to do something because I owe somebody for sponsoring me or for putting out this whatever opinion. I just do it for myself, and I do it to actually a lot of the stuff I do is just home improvement, do it yourself jobs,
Yeah.
and I try to show people that an idiot like me that has I'm not a craftsman on anything, but somebody like me,
Can still figure it out.
you can do it. So you don't have to watch these big channels with all these guys that have all this knowledge and all this unlimited resources and have a clean room, to work in. You don't have to have that. You can go out in your fucking backyard, and if you want something that you can't afford, you can make it yourself. It might not be pretty, but it works. It gets the job done. If your car breaks down, okay, you can fix certain things on your own, and this is how you do it. Okay, and that's what I try to show people.
Yeah, that's been my whole life. We were lucky enough to have a sponsor on Podtra. It was Click It Ticket, and they were willing to sponsor us and support the idea of free speech. So we got
Right.
lucky with that one. I
Yep.
think my goal, you asked what it is. It's funny enough. This is a strange part. I think it's why I probably started a podcast network rather than just a sole podcast. I enjoy helping other people and watching them succeed more than I do myself.
There you
If that
go.
makes sense.
Yes, sir.
And then at the same time, I do have the passion to do a show, and it's not, the idea in my head is like, oh, I do this, I'm going to be rich. It's
Right.
I want to just I love doing it. That's it. And but at the same time, to be able to sustain that passion and the hobby or turn it into something more serious, the money eventually has to come because time is money, and then you're
Right.
weighing, the time you're spending with, your significant other, or how much
Yep.
time you're spending doing this, your leisure time versus doing this, and you got to balance that all out. And I think I've seen it over and over and over again. These people who can't figure out the work, relationship, creative outlet balance,
Right.
where it's either all or nothing. They spend all their time on the creative, and then suddenly they lose their wife, and they lose
Yep.
their kids,
Yep.
and they lose, things fall apart, And yeah, that's the balance I'm trying to work on now, where I have work, family, and then time to do this, but that time is so limited. So for it to be successful would allow me to do more with it. Like it's not about the money, but the
No.
money would help me make it better. That
Right.
makes sense.
Yes, it
And
does.
help others.
Right, because I do understand that, but you see, for me, and I am a little bit older, but um, and when I say that, it's because technology, this internet stuff.
Don't even matter. Do you remember Whitey Ford?
Oh yes, no, I understand that, but I mean, my perspective is what I'm trying to give you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my perspective is, to me, I enjoy doing this, and as long as I keep this as a hobby. I'm not gonna depend on it. It's not gonna rule my life. I'm not
Mhm.
gonna sit there on, um, the YouTube apps that tell you how your videos are doing and everything. I'm not gonna be constantly looking at them and wondering and trying to figure things out. I do this as a hobby because I enjoy it. And I'll put it to you this way, because I enjoy woodworking, and I've made a shitload of furniture and
Have
other
you
things.
sold any of it? Tried
I
selling it?
That's what I'm getting to.
Oh.
I had a business, okay? And this is when I was going through chemotherapy and I couldn't drive, okay? And I
Damn.
had a business, and the stuff was selling like crazy. I couldn't keep up with it. And you know what? I enjoy woodworking as a hobby. It brought me pleasure. Okay, I enjoy doing it. When I turned it into a business, Whoosh, I lost.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
lost it.
I lost it. I did not enjoy doing it anymore. I had deadlines. I had certain things that had to be made a certain way because of the customer. Now, I don't mind doing that on occasion, but I like my creativity, what little bit I have of it, to come through. I don't like being restricted by somebody else's expectations of what they want. And I look at
Yeah.
it, I look at my YouTube channel the same way. And what I
That was
do
kind of the
online.
end of Pod Trash too. It started to turn
Yep.
into an obligation rather than.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I found myself, I'm like, I'm not even really having fun doing this anymore, but it's been 10 years and I've done it consistently, whether it was doing my show every Friday with Booney or it was helping Joey with his show or everyone else
Yep.
fielding messages from all the hosts. And it's like, I made money doing it, but I was like, when I started this, there was no money and I was having the most fun.
Exactly.
So it's a balance, I guess. But you got, I mean, I didn't even notice you have 547 subscribers. That's a lot.
That's not bad. I mean, it's okay, but you know,
It's good.
like you said, I've had
I
this
need
for
some
what?
woodworking. Can I buy something?
Yeah.
I need a cutting board. We had this so this person there's a woodworker here up in Canada and he
Yep.
made this beautiful dining table. It took like 8 months for him to
Yep.
make it cuz it was what's the wood where it's the live edge?
Oh, yes.
Live edge what's the type of wood? I forget.
Well,
Very nice.
could be oak, could be cedar, it could be maple.
I think it
It's
was maple or oak,
all
whatever the nicest one is. It's very expensive, but it was live edge and made it by hand. He even made the steel legs. He
Yep.
bent it himself with his father, and they made this beautiful custom dining table, and it's amazing. And then the first thing he made for us was a custom cutting board, which was
Okay.
it was amazing. Yeah, but then ended up warping a bit over time. It was like a couple of years ago
Okay.
because we weren't, I think we weren't upkeeping it, like flipping it enough or.
Right.
And then the
Yeah,
table, you got to put
yeah.
beeswax on it every now and then. The dining
Oh, I
table.
gotcha. Yeah, it depends. Your finish though can be changed. You know, it
It's
also
true.
depends on the initial finishing. You know what?
My computer desk is funny enough, it's from IKEA. They don't sell this anymore. It's unfinished beech or birch.
Okay. Well, could be either.
Let me see. IKEA beech, $50, and it's like a 67. Hold on, let me. It is huge, and they don't make it now. They make it out of particle board.
Oh god, I hate that shit.
61 by 30. 61 by 30 tabletop.
Damn,
Huge.
yeah. Yep.
And it's unfinished. I think beech. Wait, IKEA unfinished beech. Stop. I know one's shittier than the other. I think it's birch. Like birch is the nicer one, right? Or is it beechwood?
I would say beech, to be honest with you, and it also depends whether it's going to be inside or outside.
Yeah, inside. Yeah, it was beech. The IKEA Gerton, I think it was called.
Okay.
$50. Yep, yeah, the Gerton. And now I can't find it anymore. So now the problem is I'd love to extend it to have it like an L-shaped desk. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But the height of it is like 1 1/8 inch because it's beveled edges.
Right.
And it's 1 1/8 inch thick. And then the only options they have now is this shit particle board version that they replace with. Of course, everything gets cheaper and shittier.
Yep.
Or IKEA sells these butcher blocks, but they're too thick. They're beautiful, the butcher blocks that they sell, but they're expensive and it's too thick. And then it would look weird where there's like it doesn't match up. So I was like, do I go to Does Home Depot even sell large pieces of unfinished wood like that?
Uh,
That would
they
match.
they they do sell panels. Now here's the problem. Yeah, I make my own panels. Okay, I have a biscuit joiner. I have the glue. I have the clamps. I have all the equipment, in my shed to do woodworking, which is a shame. Because I have a lot of videos of the beginning and the end. I don't have very many videos of me actually working with the wood and showing you how to do it because I do not consider myself a craftsman. I'm a fucking hack. But it turns out very nice. If
Yeah,
you
that's all that matters.
yeah, if you look at the inside of my camper, all the woodwork in there, they were not panels that were bought. Those were individual pieces of wood that I biscuit joined and glued together and made up. And most of them were made out of old pallet wood that I tore the pallets apart, ran them through my planer, cleaned them up, stained them, and everything. And pallets. This is why I love using old wood because it's fucking free. And you get wonderful wood. You get apple, you get cherry, you get oak, you get chestnut, um, you get poplar, you get all types of wood in these pallets. And what it is it's all the wood that is not straight grained. It's all the wood that has the branches, so it has the knots in it. It has all sorts of stuff. Uh, that
This is the tabletop that I
Okay.
have now, and it comes unfinished.
Yep.
I've never actually even put finish on it yet, and it's still. I kind of like the look of it
Oh
unfinished, but
yeah.
I've sanded it every now and then. But the closest I found, but this is birch, but it's this something similar to this, where it would be. I think it's 1.5 inch thick,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
people have said that they've like carved it down or sanded it down or something.
Yeah, you can do that. There's two ways you can do. Well, several ways. Um, you can get a belt sander. You can get a rotary sander. You can do it by hand. You can use a hand planer. You can use an electric planer. There's so many ways you can make the wood as thick or as thin as you want. Well, you can't make it any thicker, but you can take a thick piece of wood, make it thinner. I'm fortunate I have a depth planer, so it don't take me long. I just run the boards through it and make it.
Right, a planer, yeah.
Yeah. But I
This
also
wide
have
of a piece? You could put this wide of a piece in it?
the planer I have. I can put if it's 16 inches wide. That's as wide as I can go.
Yes, that's what it was they were saying. Yeah, they put it through the
Yeah.
planer. You could bring it to a place that'll do it for you.
Yep.
But is that good? Like for $50, this large of a piece of
Oh hell yeah.
wood? Isn't that insane?
No, no. Nowadays, for a piece like that, that's already put together and everything, that is no. That's not a bad deal.
That's what annoyed me because I was like, I got this for $50. I should have bought two if I knew back then.
Yeah.
But now they replaced it with
Yeah. Particle board.
yeah, but let me see. It's like because IKEA has made some pretty decent stuff actually. It's not the
Oh yeah.
worst. And it's good because it's, you could reuse it. Yeah, especially for the kids' beds, like the bed frames. You don't want to buy them super expensive ones because they're gonna break
Right.
it anyway.
Well, I mean, that was one of the things. I remember when IKEA first, started coming out. I was impressed with the fact that they were using actual real wood, and they weren't using press board or particle board with a laminate on top. And that's, I mean, you could find the same thing at Walmart back in the day, it would look the same. Matter of fact, a lot of times it would have a more classy finish to it, but that was all laminate. And when you looked at what it was made out of, it was nothing but sawdust that was glued together.
Yep.
That's what pressboard was. So once that laminate got ruined and the finish got, there wasn't shit you could do about it.
Now this is what you get for $50.
Uh,
It's pine, and then I think. Wait, well, let me see where it shows you. Yeah, see, plywood, pattern edge,
Yeah.
board on frame, and so like the center of it is basically what you said. It's just like sawdust.
Yep.
It's all fake. It's all fake. All of it. Even this one, like they make it look like it's real wood.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's because they use a good laminate. Now, I'll be honest with you.
Sustainable material. You know what that means.
Yeah. Laminate has been around since the 1400s. Okay. But what they used to do is they would build something out of cheap ass wood. They didn't have, glued sawdust, but they would use a cheap ass wood for the base, and they did this shit all by hand. They would take very, very thin pieces of like a nice oak or a nice maple or whatever exotic wood they had at the time, and they would glue it to the top. Laminates have been around forever. They've been around for at least 600-700 years. The only thing is the wood underneath the laminate used to be real wood.
Right.
Nowadays it's literally glued together sawdust.
See, now this would be what used to be $50. Now this is now a butcher block.
Yeah.
It's 1 1/8. So it's pretty much the same thickness, but this one is. Oh no, it does have the beveled edges here.
Yeah. I'll
So I would have to spend over three times the amount of money for the same thing, and it's not even the same size. It's smaller.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't consider that butcher block a true butcher block. Now, if you look back here,
Let me see.
the grain. Did you see the way the grain was running? Now you see the edge.
Isn't this butcher block?
That would be more butcher block, where the grain is sitting vertical
Yeah.
instead of horizontal. That is a true butcher block.
$429
Yeah,
for oak.
and because I will tell you what.
But
too,
again, this is a inch and a half. Like again,
yeah, you know
I
what?
just want. I would love to find like a place that sells none of this unfinished. Just a piece of unfinished wood that's the same as what I have. If they have to plane it, but for cheap, like can't you find that anymore?
Again,
Where would you go? I went to Home Depot and I looked.
No,
and
no.
they
You
had
don't-
some wood there,
you
but
know
it's
what you
not
do?
that size.
I don't know what it's like up in Canada, but it should be. You actually go to a sawmill.
A sawmill.
Yes, you go to the sawmill. You ask for the rough cut off pieces. They sell
Oh, I
that
see.
shit.
Wood
So-
Miser Canada. Duhamel sawmill. I've never looked up sawmills. I didn't even
Oh
know
my
they
God,
existed.
They sell that shit so fucking cheap because a lot of times they can't use it they can't make any money on it. All right. So they sell it cheap. Now, here's the thing though. It's worse than IKEA. This is where you get your raw material.
Right, so it's not going to be
Yeah.
sanded down or
Right.
any of
You're
that.
not going to get anything finished. What you're going to get, you're not going to get a panel. You're not going to get a butcher block made. You're going to get the
It's gonna look like it
material.
right off the tree.
Right. You're going to get the material made and you have to make it yourself.
I
But
could do that.
yeah, oh my God, yes, you can. I can do it, and I'm a fucking moron without any talent. Seriously. And Butcher Block, honest to God, I don't know how many quote unquote cutting boards I've made that are actually Butcher Block, and they've been made out of either maple or fucking oak. And they are things that normally would either go in my wood stove, in the fireplace, or get thrown away. And it's basically the scrap.
Yeah. I got it. So I got a good deal because it was on sale. This is $150. I got it on
hell
sale
yeah.
for $50 because they were phasing it out
Yep.
before they replaced it with the particle board. And this is what mine looked, just completely unfinished. I
Yep.
left it that way because I kind of like the look of that.
Oh yeah.
But it's still nice. Like this is the finished version where you could put this kind of a finish.
Yeah, and you
And it
have
looks
several
nice.
different types of finishes. Look,
Matte finishes or satin I like.
out in the man room, when I was using it for a as an apartment, okay, guest room, whatever you want to call it, right at the end of the counter, my brother-in-law, two of my brother-in-laws, we made a bunch of projects, and as we're cleaning up the shed with all the scrap, I actually have pictures of it, and it's on my YouTube channel as well. I made a nice 16 by 16 countertop that has oh my God, it is very busy. Okay, the way the angles are on the top of it, it's a very beautiful looking piece, and it was finished with food grade tung oil.
Yeah.
Okay, and it looks just as nice as any polyurethane or any other fancy fucking shit you want to put on it. And the reason why I did that is because it is a cutting board. It's gonna get beat up.
Right.
It's gonna get used.
Doesn't
And
need a solid
right. Well, no. The nice thing
fancy
is, I can take
covering.
a piece of sandpaper and either hand sand it, or I can use a power sander. I can clean it all up and then just put more oil on it again and bring it right back so it looks fucking new.
So I'm looking at some of these sawmills. Do you think it's like super cheap?
Oh my God, comparatively speaking, it's about a quarter of the price.
Because I don't need something the same size since it's an L shape. I just want to extend part of the desk and I want it to match perfectly where
Right.
when
Well,
it's
here's
seams
the
together,
thing.
it looks good.
All right.
But you have to buy the full sheet, I'm assuming.
No, you can get what you talk to them. You can get their leftover scraps. They'll be more than happy to fucking sell them to you. All right,
Maybe
this
like
I'm going from experience.
35 by 30 inch, something like that, somewhere around there. Just unfinished beech wood and then
Yeah. Now here's the
inch
thing.
and a
All you're
eighth.
gonna get, what you need to put your mind to is you're gonna walk into all right. Instead of walking into Home Depot and finding something that's finished, you're gonna walk into Home Depot and go to their wood section and buy their rough ass 2x4s. Okay, that's what you're gonna get from the sawmills. You're gonna get the raw material, the raw wood. It's gonna have saw marks in it, and they might even be a quarter-inch thick. It's not going to be smooth, but this is what I'll tell you. A 2x4, if you ever measure it, when you buy it from Home Depot or Lowe's or even 88 Lumber or any lumber yard, it's going to measure 1.5 inches thick by 3.5 inches wide. If you go to a sawmill and you buy a 2x4, it's going to be a minimum of 2 inches thick by 4 inches wide. It might even be 2 1/8, 2 1/16 by 4 1/8, 4 1/16. That's what rough cut is. Same with if you ever wondered why when you buy a 1x6, it's only 3/4 of an inch thick and 5 1/2 inches wide. That's because it's finished. You get it from the lumber mill, it's going to be a full inch, maybe an inch and an eighth, inch and a 16th thick by a full 6 inches, maybe an eighth wide, but it will have saw marks in it too.
And you could just sand them down. I see here special dimensions, cut to size, trim service.
Oh yeah, they will make you anything you want too, but that's going to cost you money. If you go in there and you ask them for their leftovers, if you oh my God, especially any hardwood, oak, especially, oh my God, what a big savings you can make on oak.
Because you're saying the blocks like this and then like you're gluing them together?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're making the whole table I get what you're saying.
From scratch, that's what I'm saying. You're just
getting and then you got to do the same pattern. Because this desk, it's not just straight pieces glued. There are different patterns and lengths.
And that's easy. Well, for me, that's
like a puzzle piece.
Right. For me, that's easy enough to do.
I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do that. Because I'm in a new spot and I'm trying to build a new setup for my show. So,
Wush, I'll tell you what, if it's something you're interested in and you like doing, it is. And I started out making furniture with friggin' hand tools.
Yeah, my dad was great. My dad had the best. He had a cool workshop with drill press, sawzall, the hand saw.
Yep. Well, look, over 40 years,
he loved it.
Of doing this shit. I'll be honest with you, I probably have about $60,000 worth of just wood tools.
Yeah, it adds up.
Okay, it does. But I bought them a little bit at a time, and I always upgraded too.
It's like my computer equipment and my tools, like the
It's the same way.
The backpack alone.
Now my automotive tools.
Same
nowadays,
thing.
I have almost over $250,000 worth of tools.
Oh yeah. There's wrenches that are like $400 or $500 that I have.
Dude, I have snap-on screwdrivers that nowadays you cannot touch or buy.
Oh yeah, snap-on on Bleach. If he was still listening, he'd love to hear that.
For less than $200, okay. Now, to me, I wouldn't pay that much for a fucking screwdriver. Okay, back in the day, it was a $50 screwdriver, and I'm like, all right. And you know what? I've had it for 30 fucking years, so it was a good $50 investment. I'm old enough now, I couldn't spend $200 on that same $30 investment. But another 30 years from now, that $200 might be, comparatively speaking, the same as a $30 investment I made.
Yeah, I remember I was fixing, this is a long time ago, but it was a inch-pound torque wrench. It was like $300.
Oh, yeah.
Something dollars for that.
Yep.
Just that one thing. And then I got like the socket sets, like the real deep, heavy ones.
Yep.
Super. One of those can cost like $50 to $70. And then up here, you got to account for the difference in currency as well. But
yep.
Yeah, it's super expensive, but I love it. It's one of my you put me in a Home Depot, or here we have Canadian Tire.
Right.
I get lost in there.
Yeah.
I just I could just walk through there. Sometimes not even buy. I usually buy some, but I can just walk there, look at the tool. I like looking at the power tools and just.
Yep.
I'm
Now,
like, do I need this? Do I
yeah,
need
oh
another
my God, yeah.
battery?
Yep. It's funny because down here, my wife, she just blankets Lowe's, Home Depot, Tractor Supply, all them stores. She just blanket calls them. Yeah, we're going to the man store, aren't we? Yes, dear, we are. We're going to the man store. And she's like, "Oh my God, you're gonna be in there. You're gonna go in to buy one $10, you know, bit of supplies. We're gonna walk out. It's gonna cost you $800, and that's why you want me to go with you to help you carry the shit back out to your truck." Uh, yes, dear. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We're going to the men's store. Fuck yeah. No, we're not going to Sears. No, we're not going to Abercrombie and Finch, or we're not going to.
Abercrombie and Finch.
Yeah, we're not going to any of those stores because I do not want to go shopping with you. But
I'm gonna ask one last question, then I gotta go.
all right, buddy.
Sidewinder.
All
It's
right, man.
I didn't realize we've been going for a while. It's 9 p.m. already.
Oh, fuck
Love
yeah! I've
talking
been
to
on
you.
here for
I'm curious what
4
you
hours.
think of this switch, because I actually think it's pretty good. This switch to cell batteries, where so I got a DeWalt impact driver and a couple, a multi-tool and stuff, and they
Yep.
made this new battery technology, and now Milwaukee has done the same. It's called Power Stack, where
Okay.
instead of the 18650 batteries, it's
Right.
cell pouches,
Okay.
and so they make batteries that are the size of, let's say, a 2.4 amp battery, the smallest battery you could think of,
Right.
but it
Yep.
has the power of a 5 amp battery.
I got you. Look, I have no problem. I think that's fucking awesome. Um,
It's one of the exceptions of like technology
right.
going kind
Yes,
of
sir. Yep.
the way of, it's kind of like an iPhone battery but they stack them in a
Right.
tool battery, and some people have been freaking out like, we like the original, but it's way more powerful. The power lasts longer, it charges faster,
Yep.
and it weighs less. Like you can put that on it feels like it's weightless. And then they started making these new, like the impact driver I have is it's the DeWalt 850, I think is the model.
Okay.
The thing, the top of it is so small, you could fit it in any tight space for like working on your car or
Jesus. Yeah.
anywhere. And with the power stack battery, it feels like you're holding a piece of paper. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. Wush, I will tell you this. It was only about 8 years
Yeah,
ago
this
that I got
DCF 850.
Yeah, it was only about 8 years ago
This thing's
that
the
I got
best.
into battery powered tools. Okay,
This thing,
that was oh yeah, I've seen that. And I do like DeWalt.
it is
Um,
insanely
I
like,
really do like DeWalt.
you can't tell from the photo how like compact this area is, and it
Yep.
weighs almost nothing. And then here they are, power stack. These batteries.
I like everything except the price.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the batteries.
yeah,
But this
I
is
love
look,
I
free
love
item with purchase. They do this a lot at Home Depot.
Oh yeah.
Free tools if you buy batteries, because they want, look,
Yeah.
buy batteries, you can get any of these tools for free.
The
I
the
take advantage
only
of this.
now I'll be honest with you. The only problem I have with
Now they have
these
a bigger one, too.
battery operated tools, okay, is the tool itself actually
It's
lasts
true.
forever. Okay.
Yeah, corded is usually way more powerful.
Well, no, not even that. No, no. A lot of these battery operated ones are just as, or even some are more powerful than the old corded ones. The only thing is,
That's true, yeah.
I'm also
Especially this
comparing
one.
it to a 1940s, drill, saw, or whatever, which I still fucking use. Okay. There's something that's 80 years old. I have a shitload of battery operated power tools. They are awesome. You know what? I had almost 18 batteries. I'm down to 3. Do you know why I'm down to 3? Because to replace the batteries, I could go out and buy a brand new fucking tool for the
Yep.
same price.
Yeah, because the tools they
That
don't care about. It's the
right,
battery ecosystem they want you in.
right. And that is the only thing that bothers me about the battery operated tools. I love them. They are so convenient. They're so powerful nowadays. They are wonderful. But
I
after
got two.
7,
I got two of these. So look, it's 1.7 amps, but it has the
yep,
power of the old 5 amp batteries in
right.
this little thing, and now they made a new one that's a 5 amp that has the power of like a 9 amp, and they showed it's crazy because they have the flex volt and everything.
Yep,
Those
yep.
gigantic batteries that are meant for like super giant commercial
Yeah, well,
tools
that's what
like
most of
a
my shit is.
jackhammer,
Yeah.
but they showed to show the power of this. They put this tiny thing in one of those, and it still had the same power. It's
Oh, yeah.
insane that they're able to
No doubt.
come
Yeah.
up with shit like that.
Yeah,
But
it
I
is.
I just have two of these, and then I have two of the old school 5 amp batteries, and that's
I
all I
gotcha.
need. 4 batteries, and I'm good. But
Oh,
they're
yeah.
they're expensive.
They are. And that's, you know, another 5 years from now, I am not going to be, well, I can hand down all my battery operated tools to my grandkids, but they're going
Yeah,
to have to go out and pay an exorbitant amount of money for a battery to make them work. And that's if they still make the same battery for those tools. With that being said, I have
they
corded,
should. Or they can
well,
make. They have adapters now.
right, but I have
The world's
corded,
crazy. You can 3D print adapters for
well,
to
Wush,
make batteries work with other
I
brands too.
I have corded power tools from the 1930s sitting in my shed. You know what I
Mm.
have to do? I have to go out and plug them in.
Mm.
All right, they were handed down to me from my father. All right, which
Yep.
most people nowadays that'd be their grandfather, great grandfather, whatever.
Nope, I told you about the file. That was my dad's.
Yep.
Helped
Well,
me with that.
these are fucking power tools. Okay, electric power tools. I'm not going to be able to do that with my Milwaukees. Okay, because they won't. Yeah, I can hand them the tool. They won't be able to use it unless they want to buy another battery. You know,
Yeah.
they're not going to be able to go out there and grab it and go, "Hey, I remember when Pop used the same thing, and now I'm using it." No, they're going to have to get a fucking battery, and like I said, they're going to have to pay a shitload of money to get one, or an adapter, you know, if they don't make the same one. Whereas, hey, I remember my pop using this real old one that he got from his father, and all I have to do is plug it in and it fucking
Plug
works.
it in. I don't want to plug it in. Who
Yeah.
does that?
Well, the problem is I can only go 5 feet with it, you know,
Right,
or I have to
right,
get an
right. Or
extension
extension
cord
cord.
or whatever. You know, I can't take it from the shed to my neighbor's house without bringing an extension cord, this, that, and the other thing. You know, I can't just walk out there with it. But I mean, you understand what I'm saying? And I love these new battery operated ones, man. I am not putting
Yeah, I
them
get
down.
you.
I am not putting them down. And they'll probably last, you know, your working lifetime for what you do. All right, but you cannot really hand them down generation to generation to generation like my father and my grandfather did, with hand tools, of course. And
Hand
then,
tools you can, yeah.
yeah, and then obviously with the electric tools that were made in the 30s, you know, pre-World War II, shit that still works great.
Damn. Well, Uncle Sidewinder, we'll end on this note. Reach out to your nephews, see if you can make something happen. Tell
Will
them,
do, man. I
tell them
will.
to text me or ask them if they're okay with me. I have your number. I called you, so I'll
Yeah,
text
that's
you.
awesome. Now I have yours. You made the mistake of calling me, so I have your new number now. Yep.
Wasn't a mistake. You're in my contacts.
Yeah.
So text me if you get in touch with them. Say, hey, text Wush. He just wants to talk with you. Nothing doesn't have to be on the air or anything.
I will, man. I will. And
Both
hey,
him
look,
and Chuck Steak. I'd love to talk to them. And it
not a
was fun
problem.
talking to you too.
Man, I really
was great.
enjoyed it, man. I really did. I mean, 4.5 fucking hours. Of course, I did enjoy it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
here
hey.
for you. I'll see if I can get you some other viewers too. But I know you don't want to become too famous.
Well, it's okay. It won't hurt my feelings if I do. They'll just
Okay.
they'll disappear after a while anyway. But
No.
man,
All
I
right.
I really enjoyed myself. And do me a favor, give Robin a hug from me.
I will. And give Phillip a hug from me.
Oh yeah, will do, man. All right, buddy.
right.
You take care.
Good night.
Good night, sir. And I'm
Love
gonna
you,
end.
buddy.
I
Peace
love
and
you
love.
too, man.
Peace and
Thank you.
love.
I'm gonna end this live stream myself right now. Yeah, I'm all done. I really enjoyed this. I did not expect that to happen. Totally a whole lot different than what my usual live streams are, or even my channel's about. And it was great talking to somebody that actually got me into doing this online stuff too. I mean, a great guy. Can't say enough about him. It was awesome. And anyway, y'all have yourselves a good evening. Y'all take care.